Hey, family. Welcome, welcome, welcome. If you are new here, let me just adjust my light. If you're new here, hi, my name is Bluecentric. Welcome to our space. And if you've been here before, welcome back. I apologies for being slightly late, but I feel like you guys know I tend to be a little bit on CPT, not because I'm running late, but because I have no control over how long it takes these videos to upload. Sometimes it happens in seconds and sometimes it takes 12 minutes. Who knows? Anyways, it's so good to see y'all. The last time I went live was like Monday or Tuesday. Yeah, it's been a couple of days. I am going to be honest with you. I had a very intense 72 hours where Bridget and I were working in the candle shop for like 3 days straight. Also went looking for new houses because I told some of you, I think it was in the members area. It might have been in the main page too. I told some of you I'm moving. So looking for a new home during the holidays is stressful. And then on top of that, I also had an alumni meeting for my classes. For those who want to join the class in January, I love you so much. You can't join us in September because we are completely sold out. So the little ticker in the orange, if you're ever wondering how to stay in touch with me, it's always in the little ticker. However, we're sold out. There's no space. So I'm going to remove the winter OTS class registration. There's nothing to register for. The next time that you can take a class with me will be September of 2026. That sounds like forever from here. By the time September 2026 happens, who knows where we'll be? I feel like I'll be better. Because I don't get bitter, I get better. Anyways, I knew on Wednesday that I was going to be doing this weekend. I thought I was going to do it yesterday, but I was really tired and I needed to rest. And shout out to my physical therapist because he worked sorcery on my body today, and that's the only reason why I feel like my energy is back. But when I saw episode 1 on Wednesday, I was like, "Oh, I can't do this and be productive. I'm going to have to wait till the end of the week." So I actually watched episode 2 last night and the rest of episode 2 and episode 3 and 4 today. So it's very fresh. I made it a point. I did not watch any videos. Let me put the comments on the stage so you guys can see it. But I did not watch any videos of any other social commentarians. I don't know what anybody else is saying. In fact, up until 2 hours ago when I went on TikTok just to grab some audience reactions, because you guys know I love to show you what the social currency is when everybody else is saying. 2 hours ago was the first time that I've seen anybody else's opinion. I wanted to come at this very intentionally and without being compromised or impacted by other people. And there's a reason for that. I often joke about how I've been engaged twice before, third time's the charm. Like the next time I get engaged, I'm going to get married. Diddy is like the dark version of that for me. I feel like I think about Diddy the way I think about marriage. Third time's the charm. Because for those who do not know my past, I used to work in the news for over a decade, right? And I worked for many nationally syndicated publications. I'm not going to read my resume off because that's not what this is about. And in my career, because my boss, my employer, right, the conglomerate that owned the company that I work for, was damn near a billionaire, I kind of knew that as long as I was factually accurate and was making reasonable arguments, I'm very good at saying froggy shit without getting sued. I'm very good at saying things that are, "Oh, thank you for the love. I appreciate you, my love. Thank you." But I'm very good at saying things that sound wild because they're a shock to the system, but are actually true and therefore cannot get me arrested or sued or anything like that. The lawyers loved me. And I can't believe I'm going to say this. I prayed about it, but I can. In my entire career, working in digital media, working in the news, working in academia, whatever, the only person in the world that I have ever been told to stand down from writing because our lawyers could not afford it, even if it was 100% true and substantiable, is Sean P. Diddy Combs. He is my Moby Dick. He is the only person that I have ever been stopped from telling the truth and shaming the devil when I wanted to. And it's tricky because I'm choosing my words carefully because so many people are implicated. And, when you work in the industry, you're like 1 degree to Diddy. Everybody in the industry is 1 degree from Diddy, if even that, right? And that's how wide his reach is. So there are 3 reasons why, even though watching that felt icky, I am going to be taking a spiritual bath, probably tonight or tomorrow. And I'm burning incense in my house right now. Even though I was running late, I still lit the candles on my altar and burned incense because everything about this grosses me out. But despite that, though, the 3 reasons why I'm pushing through despite me feeling energetically drained just thinking about it is because I know a lot of you in here, I was reading the comments, many of you in here feel the same way, and I don't blame you, right? And Diddy and we don't have beef because I'm not stupid enough to say something like that. But the reason why the Diddy case is something that I felt like now that it's the third opportunity to talk about it in the public and have it be safe, I feel like I have to take it whether I want to or not. It's because growing up, nostalgia reasons, growing up, even though I was raised in Boston, Massachusetts, and I'm very much an East Coast girl, I remember as a child always feeling repulsed by Diddy. He always made my tummy hurt. And I would tell people that, and they'd be like, yeah, but don't you want to dance? And I'd be like, yeah, I like his music, but he makes my tummy hurt. It wasn't until I was in my mid-20s that I realized everybody didn't see him as a demon. As a child, I've always seen Diddy as a dark energy. And I thought we all knew he was the devil and we're just like playing along out of fear. It is blowing my mind that in 2025, people are just realizing who Diddy is. Can I be honest? That shocks me more than the documentary. The fact that in 2025, human beings with fully developed frontal lobes are stunned by the what? Where have y'all been? I'm not being funny. I'm not shaming. I'm sincerely confusion. I feel so deeply autistic and neurodivergent watching people who look sensible purport to be stunned. So I want to start there. Hold on for a second, guys. I want to make sure I put my pull up the assets while I'm talking, because this is one of those things. I'm shaking right now. I'm not shaking from fear. I'm shaking from disgust, because I do believe in energy transference. I do believe that whatever I focus on, I do give life to. And Sean P. Diddy Combs is not somebody that I've ever wanted to give life to, but I also prayed on this. I did pray on this, guys. I also prayed on this, and I recognize the good that can come from doing this live is worth whatever nausea I'm currently feeling and will probably be feeling for however long this live lasts, right? So that is the intro. It's only 8 minutes. Usually my intros are 15 minutes. So the first thing is childhood Blue thought we already knew, right? And I used to be obsessed with Tupac as a child. I think I mentioned this just last week, actually, before I knew the documentary was coming out. Because I knew the documentary was coming out, but I didn't know the date. So last week, I think during the members only live, shout out to the members. We're still trying to get to 1,000 members by Christmas. And I think we're up to like 860 or 865. So shout out to the new members. We're so close. Un poquito, so close. So yeah, become a member and subscribe and all that good stuff. And like the video so other people can see it, because this is going to be a really great conversation. And also, so childhood me was always obsessed with Tupac and thought that he was like a Lisa Frank cartoon. There was something so pure about Tupac's heart, despite him being a gangster. And I remember being a kid and doing research, and it was not Google, because when I was a child, Google didn't exist. For those who are wondering, I'm 112. I was a baby in the 90s, but still, it's fun to say 112. I remember being so obsessed with Tupac as a child. I used to look into who is Machiavelli? What are these analogies that he's making about me and my girlfriend? Was shocked when I found out that he was talking about a gun, not a woman. And like I started to, because mind you, I was going to Boston Latin, which is a very, very bourgeois high school. It's actually the first high school in America. They teach you a classic Greek education. You take 5 years of Latin. It felt like 9. And so I had this muscle as a kid of being really deep into research, because school was building. I was basically going to like military boot camp for academics, right? And so one year I convinced them to let me do a project on Tupac. And I remember thinking, number one, he would have gotten into this school, because the man was clearly brilliant. My English teacher agreed after I made my case about his use of the English language that he was brilliant. Number two, he was civically engaged. And one thing you guys do not know about autistic people, and I love teaching y'all about neurodivergence on here, in addition to pop culture and politics, is that we have a strong sense of right and wrong because we are not prone to picking up emotional subtleties. So if I am told that this is right, and I am told that this is wrong, my brain is now stuck on doing what's right and being repelled by what's wrong. And so there's a certain level of extreme justice that most autistic people have. Like when I was a child and somebody would lie, I would start screaming, "Oh my God, why are you lying? Why are you lying?" And then somebody said he did have a sexual assault charge. Yes, he had a sexual assault charge. And I'm going to say something that's not politically correct, but is also very honest. I think most men in the 90s in the industry technically could be accused of SA. So that's the first thing I'm going to say. Not to excuse it, but to give you historical and cultural context of the times. Not to excuse it, right? So most men in the 90s were moving in a normalized way that we all thought was okay, that would now be seen as essay. That's the first thing. Number two truths can be true, that a man can be incredibly civically engaged while harboring misogynoir. That's number two, because we're nuanced here. For anybody who's new, we don't do bad guys and good guys. We do human beings doing human shit. Yes? So if anybody in here from TikTok or Threads or Instagram or Twitter came here to do cheap, lazy academic gotchas, this is not the place for that. We are going to be human beings being honest about how life actually works, not just theory, right? So it's possible that everything I'm about to say about Tupac is true and he might have sexually assaulted somebody. And I need us all to be honest that many of your faves who I've met in real life, not excusing, I'm panning out. Not excusing, I'm panning out. So yes and, not yes but, I'm not negating. Yes and. Yes and. If you are a young man in street culture, you immediately have to ingest that you can be righteous and there is 100% guaranteed for you to be problematic based on normalized behavior, right? And so it was tricky for me as a kid. And in the 90s, I was completely politically incorrect. In the 90s, I was completely politically correct. I would have gotten canceled in the 90s. And that's why I'm a big fan of, are you willing to course correct though? Or are we just punishing you so we can have a gotcha because we hate the void in our own lives? If there's a chance for someone to pivot, I love to see that happen. And if they're full of shit and pretending to pivot and lying about pivoting, then they deserve whatever they get. Which is why I think growing up and seeing Tupac, it was interesting seeing it. In fact, the duality that you guys are asking with these questions about his essay is actually why I was fascinated by as a child, because part of being someone who sees life very logically is I recognize that everybody around me that I love was a liar. I was like, mommy lies all the time, but I love her. Okay, lying is bad, but mommy is good and I love her. So sometimes good people do really horrible things. And my brain clicked with that very quickly because Tupac was singing Machiavelli. He had this voice. He had thug life on his chest, but he cared so much about the community. And there's a humanity that I had to acknowledge being a Tupac fan as a child. That flawed men can still be righteous and righteous men can still be flawed. Again, not an excuse, just an accurate depiction of the full story rather than just the sensational part that feels good in comment sections. Yeah. And so seeing how the good and the ugly can dance and coexist so beautifully in one gorgeous man, because the man was very attractive. Can we all be honest? That face, though, that face. It is probably part of why I later became a coach. It's probably part of why when I started working with reformed gang members, right? So imagine at 14, I am listening to Tupac, right? Like the first album that I ever heard in my entire life and purchased was Snoop Dogg's Doggy Style. Funny enough, the second one I ever bought was Biggie. And this documentary showed me, and I had chills when I realized it, that was by design. The fact that I naturally gravitated to Death Row Records at that time because it was such a pitch perfect, culturally competent, accurate snapshot into what life was in the mid 90s and the early 90s. And I was a baby, but I still remember because I have one of those brains. And I think a lot of you, if you were a child in the 90s, because everything was slower in the 90s, it was easier to savor and retain. These days, somebody the age I was when Tupac was alive couldn't retain much because they're deaf scrolling, right? And so their brains are constantly rebooting on a 24-hour news cycle. But in 94, if you were a kid in 94, you were retaining all that shit because there was barely anything to do. So it had plenty of time to fucking soak, right? And so the fact that so many of us, and I love all the millennials in here who are agreeing with me. I love that y'all are here to back me up, that I'm not just saying stupid shit for clicks. And I'm not a pick me, guys, the farthest from it. And so I'm watching Tupac show me that you can be gritty and do the gangster rap shit, but still be like a good, decent human and still care about your community. A lot of you don't understand that thug life preceded him being part of Death Row. We're going to get into that. Thug life was him actually having an incentive, an initiative for thugs to take back their lives. A lot of us don't know what that thug life tattoo actually means. It was his version of being Malcolm X, right? Allow me to nerd out a little bit second. So, because I kind of still fucking love him to this day. And I'm sad to think what we lost when we lost him. Somebody's in here saying they were born in 92 and you still rotate. Yes, right? Gen X. Oh, yeah, I was a baby. Gen X was the ones babysitting. So Gen X, you remember even more than I do, right? So Tupac is showing me during the early 90s as a kid that even flawed men can give a fuck about their community. We're all wearing cross colors and all that good stuff, and all this problematic shit is happening. But if you think about it, the 90s was all about if you were size 5 or 6, not even an 8. If you were size 6, you were a fat bitch. If you were my color or darker, you were the darkest tar baby who ever lived, and everybody was smoking cigarettes and everybody was virtue signaling. The shit was problematic. Okay, so I'm gonna tell y'all right now, get that out your system. We're about to talk about a lot of problematic shit, right? Because we're about to talk about 1988 to about 2000. So it's all gonna be bad. Can we all make peace with that? Because I don't want us to get derailed by that. Okay. So childhood me who loved Tupac and was disgusted by Diddy, but who was groomed into dancing to his music at clubs as I got older, feels vindicated watching this documentary come out. Professionally speaking, I also feel like this is my chance to finally speak on Diddy in a way that's safe. There's that. And then also, I also feel like as an emotional intelligence coach, there is, oh my God, my notes are so long. I feel like I have a social responsibility to point out the way that I'm watching this documentary, because two people can watch the same thing and see totally different things. Because as an EQ coach, I'm going to say something wild, but I think that Sean P. Combs, outside of white supremacy, because I do believe white supremacy is all about eating the spirits of indigenous and black and brown people, and then, soaking in their energy and their magic and, commodifying it for self. So I think outside of white supremacy, Sean P. Combs might be the most glaring and sadistic example of destiny swapping in modern history. I'm not being hyperbolic. This is not a sensational statement, so you guys can clip. I sincerely think this might be the closest that we will ever come to looking Satan in the eyes. That's my personal opinion. It is not a fact. And anything that I'm saying moving forward will be alleged and will be speculation. I am not going to defame, because remember, I had a whole legal team backed by a semi-billionaire telling me I couldn't do this. And so I've already been trained on what I can and can't say. Okay. So the person who made me feel that I had to do this is Kirk Burroughs. I'm gonna put his face on the screen because in my eyes, he is the hero. If you don't watch the documentary and you don't do shit else but learn about Kirk Burroughs and give him the accolades that he was robbed of, give him the applause that he earned. If you do nothing but that, this was worth it for me. I'm not going to get emotional. You guys, I'm going to tell you one of the reasons why the Diddy story not happening and me not being able, I'm not going to get emotional. Me not being able to write that story all those years ago really bothers me is because when you're a Black woman working in the news, give me a second. It's tricky because you're not safe. One of y'all's favorite rappers, whose names I will not say because he stalked me for over a year. A famous rapper that y'all love stalked me for a year to the point where we had to get lawyers involved. He started hitting up my friends. It was really bad simply because I wrote a fact-based write-up on him. And he didn't think that my Black ass had the right to write about him. And he threatened my life. I wrote about Dee Barnes one time and got death threats from Dr. Dre fans for weeks. Thank God I'm still here. I had to turn down a job at CNN because of death threats. So when I say that I'm choosing my words carefully, I'm not being like, oh my God, I have to allegedly. No, honey. When you are a woman working in the news, particularly a woman who loves Black culture and hip hop sector of Black culture, you are not safe. And so when we were able to write about Dee Barnes and I got those death threats, I had to have a moment with myself of, Blue, what is my line? What is the line that I'm willing to cross to tell the truth, right? And then we were going to do a story about Drew Dixon. Mind you, Dee Barnes and I follow each other on Twitter. She thanked me for the piece and we followed each other. Me and Drew Dixon, for those who don't know who Drew Dixon is, she's the A&R who actually broke the case against Russell Simmons. And I started following her when I was about to work on her piece. But what happened is when the allegations happened, I was in New York in a newsroom full of industry vets who I felt like were mentoring me. They had worked at Vibe, The Source, all these different publications, right? And we're in the room when the Drew Dixon news hits, and everybody's like freaking out because half the women in the room are her friends. So I'm watching the friends of the accuser freaking out, right? Devastated because they all knew. But again, because hip hop is so small, Drew Dixon is the one who is the mastermind behind Method Man and Mary J. Blige's "You're All That I Need to Get By." That was her idea. That wasn't Russell Simmons. That was Drew Dixon's idea, right? And so Drew Dixon coming forward triggered every woman in that newsroom. And shout out to all the men who held space for us that day. And as we're talking about Drew Dixon, these women start immediately sharing stories. And I'm just watching because I'm the baby there. I don't know nobody. Then the road from Russell Simmons to Diddy is a very slippery one. Suddenly we start talking about Diddy. Give me a second. The Diddy stories turned my stomach, right? Kim's friends were in the room. Hearing Kim's friends talking about what he did to her and what they saw with their own eyes, allegedly. I have never been so repulsed in my life. And I'll never forget our editor-in-chief at the time, iconic. She's been in this industry for so long, and I love her, and I thank her so much if she ever sees this for being such a great mentor. She looked in the room, she said, "Who would be crazy enough to write this?" And they all turned around and looked at me, because y'all know I don't have a healthy sense of fear. My poor mother, it worries her. She's like, "Thank God you're still alive." She's like, "Who's gonna write this?" They're like, "Y'all, you know it's gonna be Blue." And I was like, "I'll do it. The fuck?" Because my thing is, if it's factually true and we have receipts and eyewitness accounts, and I'm a fucking great storyteller, let's go. I was much younger at the time. At this age, I'm not sure I would have said all that. And so they were like, "All right, let's write it." And I got excited. I started storyboarding. I started following Drew. I was about to hit up D again. And I'm like, yo, this is going to be one of those articles that's going to make my career. Because as a writer, there's certain stories that you can taste from early on are going to do a thing. Yeah. And the beautiful thing about being a writer in the news is y'all love to retell our stories, but y'all often don't recognize us. And so because I'm somebody who cares about impact more than fame, there's a certain anonymity that you have when you are a writer working in the news. I'll never forget 2 years ago, I was at Christmas dinner with a group of friends and they were talking about Drew Dixon. No, they were talking about B. Smith. They were like, "Can you believe that B. Smith was living in a house and her husband and his white girlfriend were sucking up her money?" And I'm sitting there like, yeah, I broke that story. It almost got me fired. Right? Like people don't know what the writers are doing because we get to be working in the shadows. And I'm not going to hold you. I kind of like working in the shadows. So we get greenlit to do the Diddy story. I get a call the next morning and they're like, "The lawyer said there's no way you can do it." My first thought was, "What do you mean there's no way we can do it?" Remember we had that whole conversation with legal about, she was like, "This is," and I was like, "But we can afford it. Our boss is damn near a billionaire. He's worth hundreds of millions." And she got really quiet and she was like, "Blue, this is not about the money." And it took me a couple of beats for my dumb ass to realize what she was saying. "Blue, this is not about the money." I was like, "Oh, got it. It's not about the money." And then fast forward to 2023, um, the thing happens with Cassie and around the anniversary of Kim's death, which shook me on a spiritual level. And that whole thing happens where Revolt now is trying to distance themselves for Diddy and all this stuff. And I'm like, oh my God, could it be that on the anniversary of Kim's death, there's going to be some karmic, it was either the anniversary of her death or the anniversary of her birthday. But I was like, I can feel Kim's spirit all over this. This is amazing. And I'm at the hair salon and I get a phone call from a number I don't recognize. And it's an exec from Revolt. And I'm taken aback. I'm like, "Hey girl, there's a lot happening at Revolt. What can I do for you?" And she proceeds to tell me things that I will never share publicly about how the women at Revolt felt about what was taking place. Because Diddy was, the head of Revolt at the time. And imagine being a woman working there, right? And imagine being women in positions of power working at Revolt. It's one thing to be an intern working at Revolt and feeling like this is funny, but what happens when you're a woman in a alleged position of power who actually has no power because misogyny is still king? And she said, "Blue, I've heard about you and how you don't give a fuck. Can you write this?" And I said, "Girl, I'm so sorry. I don't work in the news anymore. I'm a freelancer now." And I felt so impotent. I felt so powerless, right? And so, yeah, this is the third time. And this time I'm not going to be powerless. And somebody else who felt very impotent because of Diddy's pull, right? And I want to also shout out Tiffany Red. If you don't know who Tiffany Red is, she is Cassie's best friend. She's also very good friends with Bridget. We met at Bridget's wedding. She's an amazing person. I think when I came back from the wedding, I told the story about how I was sick and she ran, like within 30 seconds of meeting me, she ran to save me. And I was like, I can see why Cassie loves you. You really are a real ass bitch. Like Tiffany is amazing. Shout out to Tiffany Red. Being around so many people who have been adversely impacted by Diddy and now seeing what's happening, I did not want us to just recap the documentary. I wanted this to be a lesson on EQ. And the two loudest lessons that I could glean from watching this horrible, masterfully produced piece of work is that destiny swapping. You guys who have been here for a while, I talk about destiny swapping all the time. For the OGs who've been following me since I was doing these lives on Instagram, I talk about destiny swap. I've been talking about destiny swapping for years. I feel like I do a couple of videos every year just on destiny swapping, right? And I'm so happy I have an opportunity to geek out about that. I don't mean to smile because of what's happening, but I'm happy that we actually have a real life case to talk about destiny swapping where I feel like y'all can feel it the way that I feel it. So number one, we're going to be talking about destiny swapping. But the lesser talked about part of this is karmic retribution. Karmic retribution. I cannot tell you how many times I've been on dates with men who think they're being provocative, like, oh, you're an EQ coach, oh, you're Buddhist, oh, you're into all that mindfulness shit. Well, I don't believe in karma because I see too many rich niggas happy who are evil. And I'm like, so you have no idea how karma works, huh? Like, you don't understand what it actually is, because if you understood what it was, you seeing a rich man being rich would not be enough to disprove that karma is real. So today we are going to recap this through the lens of understanding why destiny swapping is so dangerous, and also finally, hopefully, getting a grasp about what karmic retribution actually is and what it isn't. And the reason why the karmic retribution part is so important, I'm keeping Kirk's picture up for a reason, because if y'all do nothing but come on late and see Kirk's picture and say, who's that? And somebody tells you and you go look him up, I feel good about this, right? Because he deserves this so much. But I want you guys to finally understand what karma really is, and so that you stop thinking that whoever has the best optics has somehow like skirted around it. Karma doesn't give a fuck about optics. We do, because our egos do, but karma doesn't. Okay. So I'm gonna put this picture down of Kirk Burroughs. I'm gonna look at my notes because I took such copious notes about this case, because I want to make sure that I'm not speaking out of line. When it's something this important, you want to be on your P's and Q's, even if you're on a casual live on a Saturday night with the Blue Crew and friends. So guys, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to play a video to level set. Right? I like to level set for those who don't know anything about what the topic is today, but still want to hang out with us so that we can all be on the same page. And I'm going to level set, and I haven't had a chance to do a copyright check on this, so I might try to pause it every 10 seconds just to stop myself from getting in trouble. But I'm going to level set by giving you guys some background about the documentary, how it came about, and also the motivations or the actions or the side eye around Curtis 50 Cent Jackson. I think 50 Cent has been a bully in a way that makes me nauseous sometimes. He's nobody's as bad as Diddy, so I'm not going to say that. But he's a troll. And he's also not stupid, and he's also not untalented. Remember how I said how we're going to embrace nuance and tongue kiss a little bit today? This exercise is going to require you to tongue kiss a lot of nuance. So let's get started. By the way, Toya is still strong, Jens. Wow, you guys are writing a lot of cap locks. Interesting. All right. So I haven't watched the comments yet. I'll watch the comments on the replay because I'm so intent on getting this right. I actually considered not doing a live and just pre-recording this, but I felt like for the energy's sake, I wanted to have you guys keep me from making this too heavy. All right. So let's see how this all came about before the documentary came out on Wednesday. 50 Cent and the director of the movie both went on a press tour and addressed some questions around the footage, because the most confusing thing about the doc, as somebody who didn't see any of the press prior to watching it, is the first few minutes is of Diddy in 2024 after he's already been in trouble and charged, like he's making a documentary. So I'm like, wait, am I in enemy territory? Why does it feel like I'm watching a documentary from Diddy's team? And I was about to turn it off until about a couple of minutes in, and they were smart. I was really about to turn it off. I don't want to watch no Diddy propaganda. And then I realized, oh no, this is 50 Cent's documentary. But how the hell does he have Diddy's footage? You can tell when somebody has footage that they've produced themselves because the level of access, the level of intimacy, the level of comfort, it's just different. So I was like, now how the hell did 50 Cent get all this stuff? Child, 50 Cent, let's watch the replay.
And highly anticipated documentary about Sean Diddy Combs is officially here. And we hear from 2 jurors from the Diddy trial, some accusers who...
By the way, when we get to those jurors, the fact that Diddy's team snuck a pick me on the jury. Juror 160, I hope you stub your toe every night when you get into bed. I'm serious.
spoke out for the documentary, and 50 Cent got his hands on some footage that Diddy claims belongs to him.
Oh, Tiffany's in here. Oh, Tiffany, don't make me cry. Tiffany, I'm trying not to be emotional, but I'm so happy you're in here. Oh, God. Anything Diddy related immediately just makes okay, it makes me emotional because so many people have been hurt by this man.
We have to find somebody that'll work with us that has dealt in the dirtiest of dirty business. We're losing.
You guys, look at this. It starts with this. So you can see how I'm in enemy territory, right? You can see how, hey, my love, I just got the text. You can see how I'm in enemy territory. So I'm like, what you mean we're watching Diddy talk about how he's going to X, Y, and Z? I don't like this, right? But I will say it was brilliant. It was brilliant to show us this footage interspersed in between the myth of Diddy, because you see how calculating he really is behind the facade. And you guys, for those of you who know that I am a coach, please have pen and paper. I will be telling you, I love you so much, Tiffany. You have no idea how you being here has just given me so much strength to do this, because I was questioning if I could actually finish this one. But I want you guys who love my EQ stuff to take notes, because I'm going to be teaching you about manipulation tactics that people outside of Diddy use all the time. And he's just a very glaring, loud example. All right, so keep watching.
I reached out to Sean Combs' spokesperson, who tells me that the reason why that personal footage exists is because Sean Combs has been documenting his own life since he was 19 years old.
And by the way, a lot of celebrities do this. Beyonce does it as well, right? A lot of, even look at the Yeezus documentary. A lot of really talented, really forward-thinking people in the industry tend to have their own archives, because they're always like, hey, one day they might want to make my memoir. I want to have a say. So that part isn't dark, guys. It's actually incredibly common for this to happen.
They say that this footage was captured from a personal videographer hired by Sean Combs. His lawyers even sent a cease and desist letter to Netflix, which I have obtained. I reached out to Netflix and they referred me to a statement from the documentaries.
First of all, 50, you know that I don't always like the stuff that you do when you bully people online on purpose. I know they call it trolling. You having a woman director, brilliant. I'm not a hater, guys. I'm not a hater. I cannot deny when somebody has made a great choice. It had to be a woman behind this. In the same way that Dream Hampton had to do the Surviving R. Kelly thing for it to have the right tone, I do believe that the R. Kelly doc and this doc are a perfect example of why women, because female and women are two different things, shout out to the trans community, but why women directors and women behind the scenes, like pulling the strings, is so important when it comes to topics this sensitive and this nuanced, because there's certain things that even the best man can understand because he's a man.
Director, who says, quote, "It came to us, we obtained the footage legally and have the necessary rights."
Diddy's gonna have a really tough time trying to show that this documentary damaged Diddy's reputation. 50 Cent, Curtis Jackson, is a very smart guy. It's like, his whole thing is beef is for a lifetime, and he's very good at trolling.
Now, here's the thing about this lawyer thing that's happening, right? With the lawyer saying, no, we're contesting it. And I think this lawyer over here is gonna echo my same sentiments. You can't say attorney-client privilege if there's any other third parties in the room. So the issue with any legal documentation that Diddy and his team are going to try to have to get Netflix to yank this, the reason why it's ineffective is the minute there's a videographer in the room, there's no like lawyer privilege. You already have broken that seal by having a third party in there to film it. His hubris has made that completely off the table. So kudos to 50's team for knowing, wait, if you taped it, you can't use that ploy.
So he hired a videographer to follow him around, and then that's where they got the footage from.
That is hilarious. No, that waives attorney-client privilege. When you have a third party present, especially a videographer who's there recording the whole thing for something else, 100% waives attorney-client privilege. And now, given Diddy's conviction and all the stuff that came out at trial, he's gonna have a really tough time making any kind of defamation or other claim that this documentary damaged Diddy's reputation.
At 5 a.m., watching The Reckoning. Takes a lot of the...
Now, here's the thing about Joe Budden being a part of this. Joe Budden worked at Revolt. Diddy was Joe Budden's boss. Joe Budden has gone on the record, and you guys, I'm a hip-hop head, so I'm gonna have all these random facts just stored in my head. Joe Budden has been on the record saying, when I got my Spotify deal announced a couple of weeks after my Revolt deal was announced, Diddy had words with me and he was upset. So Joe Budden going on his show and saying, I know I usually watch my mouth when it comes to Diddy, but after watching this documentary, I think he did that shit. Y'all don't understand how well done something has to be for someone who has this much incentive to say nothing. Some of you are like, why is Joe Budden included? I need you to understand how compelling the footage was, but not just the footage that they obtained, but the storytelling. A lot of you guys don't realize when we do these videos, when I do these lives, when you watch a documentary or a series, people aren't just taking a bunch of facts and throwing them together. You have to weave a narrative that is compelling. I'm watching so many Diddy apologists go, oh shit, I actually can't talk off the ledge with this one. This is actually really bad. And the thing that makes me sad is y'all were willing to listen to 50 Cent. You weren't willing to listen to Cassie. For anybody who is freshly understanding that Diddy is allegedly a demon, why were you more prone to believing 50 Cent's documentary than the victims themselves? Sit with that. Just sit with that. Why did it take this for so many people?
Reasonable doubt away. Like, they do a good job of laying it at his feet. I was pissed by episode 2.
This man went back to the hood knowing he was in trouble, like went, dapped some hands up, said, hey, bro, you know, I see you, bro. Like, some dude made a jacket for him, like, made this just for you, Puff. He puts it on. He dapping everybody. He's shaking hands. He kicking. He gets back into the car and says, I need some hand sanitizer.
That's one of the moments where he forgot he was on tape.
Now, why am I doing this whole 50 Cent compilation before we get to the documentary and Diddy itself? Because you guys need to understand who is doing the doc so that you understand why it's so blunt and so granular. Because we all know the infamous story about how Diddy offered to take 50 Cent shopping, like one of his bitches apparently, and 50 Cent took that as an assault on his manhood and has a grief ever since. We've all heard that narrative, whether it's true or not, I can't say, right? But the thing that's interesting about the man behind things like Power and Power Book is he understands how those little details that seem like nothing can be the most telling. When Diddy was in trouble, he came down from his ivory tower and went to Harlem in order to manipulate public sentiment. And so for him to be in the streets of Harlem, trying on jackets that fans have made for him and taking pictures, but as soon as he gets into his limousine, he's like, ugh, they're so nasty. They're so dirty. I need a bath. I need to wash from all these pores. To see how he can go from using the public as a shield to immediately showing his true disdain for that same public, Harlem, in the next breath. Again, that quiet moment was a brilliant choice to keep in.
Lord, you wear it. I'm gonna wear it. Lord, you wear it. Be with it. I'll accept it. I need some hand sanitizer. Yeah, I gotta take the bath.
I feel like I need to wash, like I'm dirty.
You walk through Harlem and shake a bunch of people's hand and hug a bunch of people and say you gotta go wash.
First of all, a part of me still cannot relate to the audacity it takes to be that disgusted by people who you need. Hubris makes people stupid.
But you rubbed another man's nut on your nipples and fell asleep.
The devil works hard, but 50 Cent works harder. For some reason, Diddy wanted to record the days before he got arrested. And then somehow, this footage ends up in 50 Cent's lap. I don't know what type of informants 50 Cent has, but that's terrifying. He's the executive producer of this docuseries on Netflix, and he can't control how happy he is. He's trying to hide it, but this is a Christmas gift to himself. This is the type of work he would do for free. You you wouldn't even have to pay him a dime. If it involves the downfall of Diddy, he's on board. The reporter asks him, how would Diddy feel if he saw this documentary? 50 Cent says he would look at it and be like, wow, this is amazing. And the director...
First of all, this level of petty, you all keep talking about how 50 Cent is a cancer. I hate to break it to you. We're going to talk about it later for the girls who are into astrology. Look, I try to make everybody happy, right? Psychology, astrology, civic rights, whatever you need, that we got it on this page. But it's not the cancer in him that makes him this petty. Cancers want to be petty. They try really hard to be petty, and sometimes they succeed, right? But to be this petty, this masterfully, that's not cancer energy, guys. It's not the cancer in his chart. And I checked his chart because I suspected what it was, and I was right. It's not the cancer in his chart, guys. I'm going to give you 3 guesses what 50 Cent has in his chart twice that actually is the reason why he can be this ruthless. It's the same placement that somebody else that we were talking about last year has in his chart prominently.
The actor who's sitting right next to 50 Cent is trying to hide her laughter because she knows he's full of shit. He can't even hide his smile. I've never seen somebody try to crush their enemies the way that 50 Cent does. He even tried to show up to his trial with some popcorn and they wouldn't let him in. Do not be on...
First of all, showing up to somebody's trial with popcorn is wild. Wild.
On 50 Cent's bad side.
Because Diddy is so hated by 50 Cent that apparently a decade ago, 50 Cent just started gathering information on Diddy.
For those who are coming in, we're starting right on purpose because this was
as much as he could find. And he started working on a documentary series on how bad Diddy is. A documentary, he did interviews, he hates this man so much. I've heard of gossip. I've never heard of like, no, okay, we're gonna have the whole crew there by 3, all right? And we'll have a place for you to sit, we'll have some snacks and everything. We'll just chop it up, we'll just chat. Tell me everything that he did, that bastard, right? Imagine hating someone so much you're willing to edit. You're willing to sit at the computer and be like, no, that's not. Let's see if we can make this B-roll work.
By the way, for those who were like, Blue, why are you introducing comedy? Because I was friends and traveled with Dick Gregory's daughter back in the day. And one of the things, and Dick Gregory was an activist, was also a comedian. One of the things I learned from being around Diana Gregory is that comedians tend to, in a soft and humorous way, get you to believe the ugly truths that you don't believe when you watch the news. So the fact that a Black man is using his microphone to tell jokes for you laughing at how obviously absurd the situation is, that's how people's minds change. It might seem fun and frivolous that this set is happening, but for someone to be exposed in a way where you are the punchline, Diddy's entire existence has been to stop this very type of thing from happening. So if there's any survivors out there who felt like they were never going to see a day like this, that's why I wanted to include a little bit of this, because I want you guys to glow a little bit. This is your karmic retribution as well.
This dude hates him so much that there's actually things on the cutting room floor that didn't make it in. Imagine you hate somebody so much you don't even have time for how much you hate them and the thing you made about hating them.
Let me tell you, when I say 50 Cent knew what he was doing with this documentary, I mean the man knew what he was doing. It's not surprising that he would want to put this documentary together, considering the fact that they have their own issues, and this is the same guy who helped bring the show Power to life, which was absolutely incredible. If you are someone who grew up to Diddy and you've heard all the rumors, then nothing really in this documentary will be that surprising. Except maybe the part where Diddy is on camera 6 days before his arrest, talking to his attorneys, talking to God knows who, filming everything, and he had no idea this footage would ever get into the hands of 50 Cent into a documentary for all of us to see. And this is exactly how episode 1 started off, and my jaw was honestly on the ground. This camp, of course, is saying it was stolen, it was a shameful hit piece, but filmmakers are saying they got a hold of it after he was arrested, and they obtained it legally. Either way, 50 Cent is diabolical for leading with that and kind of sets the tone for Diddy's downfall.
Leave 50 Cent alone.
I will say this, for those who are wondering, why is it that Diddy's videographer gave this to 50's team? Simple. Diddy didn't pay him, right? And I see some of you in the comments saying, well, Diddy didn't pay him, but Diddy's worth all this money. I saw him in the documentary talking about he was depositing $200 million. You guys don't understand that rich, powerful people, they understand how badly we need money and how they have an excess of it. And they even said, I think it might have been Kirk who said, if there's anything that I was thinking to myself, Kirk was always the one who would say it. That's why I love him so much. A rich man will intentionally not pay you to destabilize you. Him being able to afford it is irrelevant. I'm going to repeat this. A rich man will intentionally keep you poor and not properly compensate you to destabilize you. Oh, where are the moderators? If there's any, let me see. Gia, if you are a moderator, please start blocking anybody who's in here to be nasty. Because first of all, I'm going to say this before and give you a chance to fix it. So you saying it's disgusting that y'all are choosing to ignore 50's history of abuse and sexual assault claims to praise him for making a movie about a man who was also an abuser. I'm going to tell you this right now. We've said this repeatedly, that we don't have to clap for 50 to be happy that someone who is just as bad as Diddy in some people's eyes are taking him out. It is intellectually stunted to be so self-righteous that you don't want the stories of the victims to finally be heard and validated. That is nasty, toxic positivity, that you think that just because 50 Cent is not a saint, that all the women and men abused and impacted don't deserve to have their story finally be in the limelight. There's a certain level of virtue signaling that you are doing that is not welcome here. So you're going to have the chance to either make peace with the fact that we're going to continue this live on behalf of the victims and survivors, right? Because just because you're a victim doesn't mean you can't pivot into being a survivor. Either we're going to center the survivors and continue this so their stories can be told, or you can start virtue signaling to show us how much better you are than us because your ego matters more than their healing. Which one is it, Illmatic? Which one is it? Does your ego and you showing that you're better than us matter than us centering the actual survivors who are finally being taken seriously after 30 years? You let me know before I block you. I'm going to say it one good time. We're here for the survivors. Yes? So if you want to be disgusted alone. You can be as irrelevant as many of them have felt for decades. We're good? Okay, back to it, because I'm not doing this virtual signaling thing for y'all. Y'all love to ignore women when they are abused and tell us to get over it. But the minute we are not perfect in the way that we are finally able to tell our truth, now you want to be the most virtuous nigga in the room. Oh, okay. Okay. Like I said. And by the way, nobody said he was a saint. We said he was a genius. The fact that you don't know what those two words mean and how they are not the same. Anyways, back to what I was saying, because I hate people who virtue signal in order to silence people who are actually shedding light on actual survivors. I hate that shit. That's all about ego. That has nothing to do with justice. So like I was saying, the documentary is well done, and I almost feel like it would take somebody who has the same animalistic instincts as Diddy to see him so clearly. I ironically think that 50 Cent being such a goon is exactly the fuck why he could call bullshit in a way that only somebody who thinks even close to Diddy could clock him. Who better to clock you than your Spider-Man? I'm just saying. So if you disagree with why I'm doing this, I'm so okay with that, baby. I live in the real world.
Leave 50 Cent alone. Leave him alone. Leave him be. When you watch this as a documentary, it's really a good documentary.
It's shot so well.
Yeah.
It's really, really.
And by the way, shout out to the director. I'm going to look up the director's name right now because y'all don't understand. 50 Cent is the EP. You know who else is an EP? Kelsey Grammer on Girlfriends. When y'all write about Girlfriends and how much it was an amazing show, do you guys talk about Kelsey Grammer or do you talk about Mara Brock Akil? Since you want to if you want to talk about this, let's stop being intellectually dishonest. When you talk about Girlfriends, do you talk about the writer and director, or do you talk about Kelsey Grammer flashing for 2 seconds as the EP? You talk about the writer-director, right? Exactly. Kelsey Grammer is a white ring Republican, and yet we all know that Girlfriends was valid and important and impactful. An EP is the person who can fund it. And they're usually powerful, and they're very rarely perfect. The director is the one who's actually the storyteller. So can we center the woman behind this and not just the person who was able to get it greenlit? Can we do that? Can we please do that? Her name is Alexandria Stapleton. If you want to talk about who made the documentary, Alexandria Stapleton made this documentary in the same way that Mara Brecker Keel did Girlfriends. And Diddy's nemesis, 50 Cent, EP'd it in the same way that Kelsey Grammer EP'd it. So if you can sit around and watch Girlfriends reruns, maybe shut the fuck up for the next couple of hours while we talk about real shit. You see how that slope is real slippery when you play that game? Y'all want to make life so black and white. Y'all want to make everything so black and white. It's not realistic, guys. It's just not. And it serves no one but your ego. Destiny swapping. The first thing I want to talk to you guys about is destiny swapping, because what we're going to do here is I'm going to systemically, but not too granularly, because I don't want to be exhausted, talk about the demon inside of Diddy, in my opinion, only opinion, that needs to feed off of other people's energy who actually have talent. Many of you know this by now, but if you're new, I'm Haitian and Cuban, right? And in Haiti and Cuba, there are certain forms of West African originated magic that many of you through Christianity and pop culture have been taught to fear, even though it's part of all of our ancestral DNA. One of those things is hoodoo and voodoo. Hoodoo is from the South in America. Voodoo originates in Haiti, and Santeria is in Cuba, where my daddy is from, right? In Haiti, there is this deity called Ursuli Dantor, the Black Madonna. She is supposed to be the energetic force that looks over women and children, right? A Black Madonna who is supposed to watch over women and children in a religion that is steeped in our West African roots. Guess who has her tattooed on his back? Guess who has the patron saint of covering and supporting women and children tattooed on his back? So when I tell you that anything spiritual that I say is not me just being some woo-woo hocus pocus bitch, this man is aware of energy. He's aware of spiritual and psychological warfare to the point where he's tatted it on the entirety of his back. I don't always subscribe to the Illuminati stuff, because sometimes y'all be calling somebody the Illuminati when really they're just a nice person who works hard. Y'all take that shit a little bit too far. And in this case, I do personally believe he is dark-sided. And the gag is Ursula Dantor's day of the week is Tuesday. And guess which day they yanked him up? They yanked him up on a Tuesday. And I cackled in Creole because nigga, you fuck around and play with the patron saint of women and children. She's gonna get you picked up on her day, huh? It went up on a Tuesday. Just saying. And so the reason I'm pointing this out is many of you are going to hear about destiny swapping and be like, oh, that's that woo-woo shit. Okay, it might be woo-woo shit to you, but the person that we're talking about believes in it. The person we're talking about believes in destiny swapping because he's been feeding off the energetic life force of people much greater than him for years. And the first person that I and many people believe in the industry that he first did it to was Heavy D. Heavy D, right? Heavy D was a big deal for those of you who were not around back then. And he was that man around the block. Like he was that nigga, right? And the thing about Heavy D is Diddy had access to him and was like a pesky little kid running around Heavy D asking, hey, can I help you? Can I help you? Can I help you? Can you introduce me to Andre Harrell? I can be so helpful. People who want to destiny swap will often position themselves as the help at first, so you don't see them coming. Let's watch this part. This is the educational part that I want you guys to watch. And then we're going to go down all the things that we can learn about Diddy from the episode 1, because episode 1 and 2, I think, were the most impactful. And episode 3 and 4 were meant to make it relevant to the current times.
You know what Diddy is, and it's super wild, is remember watching those cartoons as a kid where the evil character in the cartoon like had to steal everybody's energy and light and happiness in order to like grow bigger, in order to do crazy ass things? That's what he is.
If you don't know what destiny swapping is, it's basically this concept where someone tries to like take on your destiny as their own.
So it usually starts real small. First, they copy your style, your mannerisms. You notice that they speak like you, the same inflection and tone. You know that friend that like suddenly wants to do everything that you do, but then.
So I'm going to stop right here. You know that friend who tries to do everything that you do? Diddy saw that Heavy D was, so I'm going to go over this thing called blueprint / destiny swapping, right? And we're going to clock all the times that Diddy, things that we consider to be Diddy's, were actually him creating a blueprint out of somebody and then destiny swapping with them. First is Heavy D. Heavy D is this big, famous musician in the area. Everybody loves him. He's the man about town. He's that nigga. He's at working with Andre Harrell. And Diddy's like, I want to be like him. Now, why did Diddy want so badly to be like him? I'm one of those people who does believe that Janice Combs needs to at some point pay for her sins. Personal opinion, not a matter of fact. Tim Dog Patterson said, and I'm going to be looking over here, looking at quotes because I wanted to quote people correctly. He said, because he was somebody who knew Diddy for a long time. He said, I had a father at home go teach me right from wrong. Sean never did. Janice Combs was a hot girl back in the day, guys, right? And she showed up to Melvin Combs, Diddy's father's funeral, in a full-length chinchilla, and had Sean in coats like that from a child. There's a thing that we talked about when I was on Jesse Wu's show called emotional incest, when the mother starts to treat the son like the husband who is no longer there. So I will say that from a very early age, Janice Combs groomed Diddy to be a little mini version of the man who no longer was there. He never stood a chance. He never stood a chance. He is exactly who she raised. She got exactly what she groomed, right? And so she's one of those hot girls who's walking around and she's in this chinchilla coat. She wants to be seen. She's very flashy. And so Diddy, who is just a sad little boy who doesn't have a daddy to raise him correctly, and we're all paying for it, he's watching, well, if I don't have a father, who's that nigga in the neighborhood? Who is him? Who is Himothy? And he clocked in on Heavy D, despite the fact that, unlike Heavy D, he had no musical talent, right? So it says here, she tried to make up for his father's absence by making Sean into a dandy, right? I want you to be like a show pony. I want you to be dressed up. I want you to look nice, right? And there was a stage in her living room, literally a stage where all the other people on the block who were connected and affiliated, because Janice was known for taking Diddy and his friends in her car, her big old fancy car, and doing quick stops to drop things off and pick up money. So you were in a chinchilla and a fancy Cadillac with some little boys in the back seat doing drops, right? And then you're having these same street niggas come to your house where there's a stage. And the only time that baby Diddy is getting validation from the grown men in his neighborhood is when Janice is saying, do that little dance, Sean, do the little dance. So now his little baby brain is thinking, when I dance around and jump around, all the attention is on me, and all the men who I wish could take my daddy's place are paying attention to me. Janice said that. Janice did that, right? So Diddy's childhood friends are saying we all had to perform on the stage in her living room as children. It was our way of being affirmed by men. Mind you, we had daddies at home, but this is all Diddy had. Again, I'm not excusing his behavior. I'm showing how many women who currently are like, oh, I'm a proud boy mom. I'm such a proud boy mom. Be careful that you're not making that your entire identity just because you can't get a man. And now you're unintentionally or perhaps intentionally grooming a monster who everybody else is going to have to fucking deal with. Instead of raising your child to think he's a prince, how about you raising him to think that he could be a good man someday? I'd rather have somebody who's a good man than a prince, personally, right? But Diddy was a prince. He was a dandy. So he was meant to think that the way that he's perceived by others, the way that he can perform for attention, and the way that he dresses is his only validity. None of that has anything to do with being a good man, right? And there was a moment where Tim said that was the makings of Sean Combs. Now, Janice, though, wasn't just someone who was alleged to be grooming him to be a little prince. She was also alleged to have very harshly beat him. Not a regular whooping. No. They even said, they were like, our parents would whoop us and we would stop. When Janice would beat him, it was like watching an animal get beat. She mollywopped that child because in her mind, the worst thing you could be is a bitch. She mollywopped her son in order to make him a man. And this is a line that Kirk Burrows says, because you guys know how much I love Kirk Burrows. He said, I know people are shaped by pain as well as by love. And it is there. And if there is more pain than love, watch out. It's going to be the pain that you're going to give to others because you're responding to that pain that you just can't seem to cut out of you. The void, as somebody whose father left my life when I was only 7 years old, the void that you feel when you are yearning for a parental unit, that kind of void, if you don't have somebody around you to teach you and guide you properly, it can swallow you whole. And also, you have to think about, we're talking about Harlem, where you being a slender, skinny boy in a fur coat, unless you're a pimp, is not going to get you much attention. So Diddy is now hanging out with Heavy D, and he's swirling around, circling Andre Harrell. More on that later, because he's right now watching Heavy D so he can figure out how to emulate what he likes. Heavy D is the first blueprint that would later turn into a Destiny swap. And he's like, okay, well, I need to figure out how to be that nigga. I'm going to make myself useful, like being a background dancer. There's videos of Diddy being a background dancer back in the day. I think he was literally doing this dance, right? And I'm going to like try to get girls to be in videos because pretty women make other men respect you. Right? Pretty women make other men respect you. And that's when he goes to a function and meets a young lady by the name of Joy. And I want to get her name right. Joy Dickerson, right? At the party, Diddy says to her, I'll give you a ride home, but like there's a video shoot in the morning. I would love for you to come with me to the video shoot and then I'll take you home. Joy Dickerson is seen in the video, and she says in the documentary, in the video, she is wearing the exact same outfit she wore for the party. Let me see if I can pull up the image, because I feel like having visuals will help you guys so much. All right, so here is a visual of Joy Dickerson the morning after she met Diddy, appearing the very next morning as the main girl in his music video. Right? So Joy is a pretty girl. Very pretty girl. And she's like, okay, I guess I'll be in this video. And in the video, it's like these female rappers rapping or whatever. So she's in the video and she's like, well, this is a cool opportunity. It kind of just fell into my lap. And, you know, Joy comes from a family where they didn't have a lot of money, right? Because a lot of predators will use people who are financially disenfranchised and use the vulnerability that comes from that. But her family had a lot of dignity. Her mother and her sister had a lot of dignity. They prided themselves on being good girls, on being smart girls, on being very respectable girls. And of course, there's a moment where the producer, maybe the director, asked Joy, were you ever SA'd by Diddy? And she says, yeah, she was. And so imagine you think you're the one of the rappers is the girl behind Joy. You think that you lucked out and met Sean Combs at a function and ended up being the main girl in his music video with some other girls. So you're thinking you're safe. And next thing you know, you're finding out that not only were you sexually assaulted, because you already know you were assaulted, but everybody in your neighborhood knows about it because Diddy is playing videos of your assault on a widescreen TV at parties. We all know now that that is a huge part of Diddy's lore. But back then, he was a kid still, right? He was still very young. And you might be wondering, that's so sick. Why does Diddy film his assaults and play them on the big screen? Well, I love how the documentary actually double clicks on that. That's more destiny swapping, guys. The person that he learned how to do this from, and I have his name here, his name is Alpo Martinez. Albert Alpo Martinez. I'm going to read my notes right now. It says, why would you want to do that? Drug and grape a girl and put it on a screen at parties? Well, it came from a popular drug lord, Albert Alpo Martinez, used to do that. He was feared and respected in the neighborhood because whenever he would throw a party and you would see videos of him SAing a girl, you knew that that was Alpo's girl and you couldn't touch her. Even his demonic behavior, even his dark-sided behavior is him watching other men who are respected and just using them as a blueprint. You're about to learn that nothing that Diddy did, even the heinous shit, is original. Allegedly. Right? So when Albert Alpo Martinez starts getting all this respect from all these very misogynistic, because you know, misogynoir wasn't even a word back then in the 90s. When he sees that all these men are looking at Alpo with so much reverence, he starts to think to himself, oh, okay, if I want to assert my dominance in a room full of street niggas, I have to not just assault these women, I have to make it public fodder that I've assaulted him. So Joy says one day her mother is visiting her and comes rushing into her room because Joy's having nightmares and she's screaming in her sleep. Her mother says, what is going on? And she tearfully tells her mother, I was SA'd. And the person who SA'd me is not only gloating about it, he's using it as entertainment at parties. God help Joy Dickerson's mother. She, and I have the date right here because I was so taken aback by this. She, on November 5th, 1992. Oh my God. There's something about the month of November. It's Diddy's birthday month, but it's also when karma comes knocking at him for his birthday. November 5th, 1992, her mother writes a note to Mr. and Mrs. Combs because she didn't realize that Melvin Combs had passed away. And the note says, "What your son has done to my daughter is heinous, Mr. and Mrs. Combs. I have a hard time believing that if you knew what he was doing, you'd be okay with it. Unfortunately for her, that was a bad assumption. Please do something about this." Diddy finds Joy just so he can gaslight her and say, "I swear to God, I never touched you." Imagine having someone violate you and putting it all over different clubs in your area, and then getting on his knees. He got on his knees, looked her in her eyes, and said, "I swear I never violated you." And there's a quote here that Joy shared that I actually wanted to read to you guys. She said, "When I think of his rise, it was the most helpless feeling. I was always nauseous when I saw his image. There's one image in Times Square where he's holding his fist up." And you guys, just for a visual, I did find it. This is the image. He said that there is one photo of him in Times Square where he has his fist up. And when I saw it, I vomited right there on the street. Imagine you're walking down Times Square and there's a huge, larger-than-life billboard of your own personal monster with his fist in the air, as if he's a beacon of blackness and black excellence, right? And she said to herself, "You are really raising your hand in victory while I'm living in trauma and defeat." To this day, their civil case is pending, and Combs vehemently denies the allegations, calling them false and salacious. Yeah, you guys are right. Diddy's a Scorpio. And guys, as somebody who comes from a family of Scorpios, shout out to all the evolved Scorpios. Shout out to all the evolved Scorpios. The sign that is most comfortable in the shadows of the dark is Scorpio, right? And so whenever I meet a Scorpio who's done the work and is a good person, I'm like, oh, thank God. Look at you. Look at you beating the odds, right? And so Diddy is now someone who you're thinking, okay, so how did he get to the man he is now? I get it. You a street dude with no daddy, common story. Your mama is doing emotional incest, trying to dress you up like the man who left her ass, common story. You're looking at other people who are a famous pop star and thinking you want to be like him, common story. You're looking at a drug lord and you want to be like him, less common, but very heinous story. But how did we get here? Well, we got here through bloodshed, guys. Part of us understanding spiritual warfare, for those who believe in spiritual warfare. And here's the thing about spiritual warfare, guys. You don't have to believe in the same God as someone to understand that someone can try to attack your spirit. Because I feel like when I say spiritual, the agnostics and the atheists who might be amongst us, because I want to show respect to all types, might be thinking, oh, let me tap out because I don't believe in that stuff. Spiritual means of the spirit. We all have a spirit, whether you believe in God or not. Can we all just agree to that, right? Objectively speaking. And so if you understand that spiritual means something of the spirit, you don't have to believe in the same God as me to understand if I'm trying to break your spirit. You don't have to believe in the same God as me to understand if I am trying to break your spirit and attack it. Yeah? Just want to point that out. And so when I say spiritual warfare, I'm saying it in the pureness of what the word means. And Diddy always understood how to read the room. He was very much like Clive Davis, who he would run into later. He was very much like Clive Davis, who discovered Whitney Houston, Aretha Franklin, all these amazing people that he takes credit for, where he could see the magic in you, watch you and observe you in the shadows, and then figure out how to co-opt it. Diddy can colonize better than any white man I've ever seen. And I'm from Boston, so that's saying a lot. So let's go back to the notes, guys. So someone said here, oh yeah, Tim Dog Peterson said, Sean was destined to be famous. I actually agree with that. I don't think destiny only favors good people. I think there's some people who have a magnetic energy and a sheer will and force that makes it almost inevitable that they're going to be a star, whether they're a good person or not. And I know that's painful to hear, but it's true, right? And so the moment that made Diddy's career was bloodshed. It took 9 people dying to make Diddy's career. a thing that Diddy himself actually, I don't have to say allegedly because we have this on tape. There's a tape of video of Diddy admitting this. Now, what am I talking about? Let's pull up the notes. And this is a story that I knew about before watching this documentary. So I love seeing a new wave of people hear about this story because, again, I was, somebody who was very much into the East Coast, West Coast thing when I was growing up. And so I have a very weird obsession with this whole thing just because I had given up on Diddy ever paying for what he did. So there was a thing that we used to call the City College bum rush tragedy, right? And I used to call it the bum rush tragedy because, number one, I had no clue. I didn't know what else to call it. But what happened was Diddy, and I think it was, who was going to be the Dougie Fresh, Eric Sermon, and a bunch of really popular people back then were going to do a charity event, right? A charity basketball event. Diddy over promoted but underprepared, which is a very dangerous thing to do when you're mentioning celebrity and you're helping disenfranchise Black and brown people who need a win and something positive to lift their spirits. And so Diddy, because I mentioned he's good at spiritual warfare, he knows how to speak to people's spirits. He over promotes this event without taking any time to think about safety measures. And so when he oversold tickets that the room, the court, it was auditorium, basketball court. Sorry, I'm not into sports ball guys. But when he over promoted this event without doing checks and balances for safety, back in the 90s, we had a term called bum rushing. People who could not get in bum rushed into the space, and there was a stampede. Because Diddy had overpromised and underdelivered. And yes, it was a gym. I guess we could call it a gym. And so they stampeded into the gym, were pushed against, and everybody who was at the bottom of the stampede was very, very seriously hurt. And when the dust had cleared, 9 people had died. 9 people. And guys, we did say it was a city college. For those who don't know, a city college is a New York term for a community college. So 9 people die. You are the promoter. You are a young man fresh out of college, right? Somebody said the original Travis Scott. No, there were a lot of people before Travis Scott, but yes. And so 9 people die, and they're thinking, well, the promoter's in charge of this. The promoter is to blame. Most people, if they throw their first major event with celebrities and they're trying to get their feet into the music industry right out of college, they're going to see this as a bad thing. Diddy did not. He held a press conference and said, I take full responsibility for throwing the event. However, it was not my fault that this happened. It was an unfortunate tragedy, X, Y, and Z. And he became the face of a stampede that killed 9 young Black and brown people. And that is what started his career and his superstardom. The notoriety that he gained from all those children dying. I call them children. I'm sorry. I still see an 18-year-old as a child, even though they're a legal adult. Because we often adultify Black people. So the 18-year-old Black girl is a woman, but a 25-year-old blonde guy who shoots up a church is a boy. I have feelings around that. So these young people, 9 people passed away for the press to get its first taste of who is Sean P. Diddy Combs. Now, I'm going to read a quote. I want to make sure. You see, in an aired soundbite, Sean himself admits, that's really how I became famous, through tragedy, negative reinforcement, right? So now he's thinking, when people die, if I'm the sympathetic face of whatever is happening, I get all the fame. In his mind, notoriety became synonymous with fame. You know what happens when someone who's narcissistic gets that first hit? Fun fact, the reason why they compare love to drugs is if somebody is addicted to crack cocaine, they only get a good high the very first time. They spend the rest of their lives chasing that first initial high. That only happens once. It's the same thing for love or attachment masquerading as love. When you're dating somebody who's good to you for those first couple of months and then they become a horrible person, your brain, like a crack addicted person, is constantly chasing that initial high that never comes back. That's why they compare love to drugs, guys. Neurologically, it actually is quite similar. And so Diddy gets that first high and goes on the record and saying that that's how he became famous. His words. Yes, guys, for those who are saying it was his first taste of blood. His words. He was in his late teens, early 20s. His frontal lobe hadn't fully congealed yet. This is still formative for him. When people die, I become famous. Interesting, right? And Kirk alleges that after the tragedy, and I quote, he was holed up in a hotel on the east side one day, him and his mother. And Janice starts to fuss at Diddy about the scandal and questions his decision to leave school and go straight into music in the wake of such an epic tragedy. And that's when Sean looks his mama in the face, allegedly, according to Kirk, and slaps the shit out of her and says, bitch, shut up. To his own mama. To his own mother. And Kirk said, when he slapped the shit out of his mama, there was no going back. Now, why is that part important? Remember we were talking earlier about how this whole life is going to be about destiny swapping, spiritual warfare, an attack on the spirit, regardless of religious belief, and also karmic retribution. I personally believe that moment was Janice Combs' karmic retribution, because you spent all these decades grooming your son to be the nigga who left, and now he's slapping you just like him. Allegedly, speculation. This is who you groomed him to be. You wanted him to be an image of your allegedly abusive husband, and here you are. Mission complete. Now, at this part, my stomach is turning, right? Because I remember that they always said when they would have freak-offs, the women would wear white nail polish. There are so many videos. They said the women would wear white nail polish and also have an IV to recover from all the drugs and alcohol and just dehydration or frolicking and fucking for however long. There are so many videos of Janice and Diddy that I've seen where she has white nail polish and she's connected to an IV drip. Can we sit with how depraved that is? When the line between, that's why emotional incest is such a powerful term. When the line between father and son versus mother and spouse is blurred in that way. Yes, for those of you who are saying it's giving Oedipus. Why was she getting the same aftercare, allegedly, as Cassie and other women who? Why would your mother be getting the same aftercare? Sorry, my stomach is turning, guys. My stomach is turning. Okay. So the very first swap was Heavy D, right? Because now Diddy is being seen as a popular man associated with music, just like Heavy D. Second person that I clocked was Alpo, right? Well, Alpo is getting street cred as a drug lord by essaying women and having it on the big screen so that all the men know that's my girl, don't touch her. The third Destiny swap, I think we all know who I'm about to say, right? We all know about Andre Harrell. It's almost like the Andre Harrell Destiny swap is so heavily covered. I do not want to be redundant and waste time going over it too much, so I'll touch it in broad strokes. According to my notes, Andre Harrell fought to keep... Okay, so when Sean had the scandal, Uptown Records did not, people were like, let's not have him around. Andre Harrell, who Diddy had now endeared to himself by being so helpful, as an intern, he fought to keep Diddy, his protege, employed at Uptown despite the drama and all the deaths, because Diddy begged him to give him a chance as an A&R. For those who don't know what A&R stands for, it stands for Artist and Repertoire. And I want to make sure that because A&Rs no longer exist, as you can tell from the kind of music that's being put out these days, I want to make sure that we're all on the same page about that term. Because for me and my generation, we all know what an AR is, but I don't want to make assumptions. So here, an AR stands for Artist and Repertoire, a division of a record label responsible for discovering new talent, signing them to the label, and developing their careers. An A&R representative acts as a liaison between the artist and the record company, overseeing the recording process, the managing artist development, and help them to shape their overall image and marketing strategy, right? So when I had my talk show, the one that never saw the light of day because of that court case, one of the things they said was, Blue, because you're first chair, you kind of have to be a dead mother. It's your job to make sure that you and your castmates have great synergy, have great chemistry, have great banter, and have commonalities that you can feed off of. In that moment, they had me acting like an A&R because it was my job to make sure that I was developing and making sure that we had cohesion around what our branding would be, right? And part of me doing that as first chair on that talk show was whoever had a talent, I had to figure out how to pull that talent out and highlight it. It's almost like Captain America. Remember when you watched Captain America as a kid? Hey, I'm Earth, I'm whatever, I'm Heart, right? They all had like a special superpower that was like their thing. The A&R's job is to figure out what is your thing? What makes you resonate to people, right? I always say one of Cassie's things that always everybody had to say about her is there was a tenderness to Cassie. Even now, with all the ugliness that Cassie has gone through, when people see Cassie's face and they see her smile, there is a warmth and innocence that she exudes despite the darkness that she's had to experience, right? And A&R would immediately see that and be like, ooh, you're going to be everybody's hot girl next door. They're going to love you, but also feel like you're relatable despite how beautiful you are, right? That's an A&R's job. Now think about that. And this is something I always say to my clients. If I can heal you, I can harm you. If I can heal you, I can harm you. If I am trained to, like the Terminator, scan you for your strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, it's called a SWOT analysis, right? SWOT. If I am being trained by Andre Harrell to scan you for your strengths and your weaknesses, and I'm a good person, that would make me an excellent A&R. If I'm a dark-sided person, that would only further develop my skills as a predator. I'm now being taught systemically by a powerful man how to do the very things that would be necessary in order for me to uplift you or destroy you. Again, if I can heal you, I can also harm you. That's why people are so scared about being vulnerable, even when it comes to a surgeon. A surgeon who can save your life can also kill you. Yes? And so when Diddy came on as A&R, he got a second taste of power. He's like, okay, I already know that when people shed blood and I become the martyr in front of the stage, I benefit from that. Check. And now I am being told that I am going to be paid to scan people in their most vulnerable moments for their light and their darkness. Check. And then Andre Harrell, and this is something when I heard it, my skin crawled. Andre Harrell told Diddy, I'm not investing in the talent, I'm investing in you. You are more important than the talent. You're my mentee. Rest in peace, I guess, Andre Harrell. Horrible advice. Because the first group that Diddy was put in charge of was Jodeci. Anybody who is old enough to remember Jodeci knows that Devontae was the pretty boy of the group. And I think around 1993, Devontae was allegedly assaulted in his home, essayed, robbed, beaten within an inch of his life, and he has not been the same since. One could wonder who would do that to him. That's all I'm going to say. Devontae ain't been right since, y'all. Anyways, so Andre put his trust in Puff as opposed to the artist. The first group Diddy worked with was Jodeci, and Andre taught Diddy that he was more important. And I put in my notes, this is like how you train a pit bull that matters. People always say that pit bulls are vicious animals, when usually if a pit bull is vicious, it's because their parent, right, their keeper, has taught them horrible habits. I know one of the sweetest dogs I know is a pit bull, but she also has a sweet, loving mother. Shout out to Rosa Acosta, who loves animals. Rosa Acosta's pit bull is the sweetest dog I've ever met in my life. If you raise a pit bull with love, you get a big, loving, heavy-ass dog, right? Shout out to Princess. If you raise a pit bull to be vicious, you get a killer. Andre, in my opinion, not a fact, speculation, Andre, in my opinion, was given a baby pit bull, and he fed him the wrong kind of meat, my opinion. Which is why, what did we say earlier? We're going to be talking about destiny swapping and karmic retribution. Everybody who built Diddy into a monster got cannibalized by him, in my opinion. I'm going to keep on saying in my opinion, guys, because, you know. So, You're thinking, okay, Blue, we're talking about Jodeci. This is sexy. Are we going to talk about how he destiny swapped with Jodeci? No, we're not. Because Jodeci didn't matter. Destiny swappers want to destiny swap, especially destiny swappers who are completely convinced that they are kings. Like Diddy, they only want to destiny swap with people who they think are powerful or who are impactful. Keep that in mind. The next person that Diddy destiny swapped with, and ended up doing it in a way that to this day we give him credit for, even though it doesn't really belong to him, was a man called DJ Brucey. Raise your hand if you've ever heard of DJ Brucey. Anybody? Anybody in here ever heard of DJ Brucey? Didn't think so. Well, according to Kirk, and by the way, for those of you who wonder who Kirk is the co-founder of Bad Boy. Many of you have never heard of Kirk when he is the co-founder of Bad Boy. Yeah. Bad Boy, that's Kirk. The same sweet, let me pull up the picture for y'all. The same sweet Kirk that I said, if you don't walk away here knowing nothing, I at least want you to know his name, is the co-founder. Oops, sorry, take this video down. He's the co-founder of Bad Boy. Not Kirk Frost, Kirk Burroughs. The man who actually ran Bad Boy. None of you know his name. The man who did all the bookkeeping, all the booking, all the A&R work, helping everybody. That's also a destiny swap, by the way, just so we're all clear. All right, so let's talk about DJ Brucey. Now, who's DJ Brucey? DJ Brucey would unintentionally end up doing something that would change the sound of hip hop forever, and he will never get credit up until 3 days ago, right? And what happened was, according to Kirk, there was a spot in Harlem called The Rooftop. And at the rooftop, he said DJ Brucey would mix acapellas from R&B songs with hard hip hop beats. The entire sound of the 90s is that, guys, by the way. He would mix these songs, and it drove the kids crazy at the club. When Diddy went to the rooftop and saw that having an acapella and then a hard hip hop beat, that juxtaposition, he was like, this is so powerful. And guess what he decided to do with DJ Bruce's idea? He came out with the Come and Talk to Me remix, which is the quintessential sound of the entire fucking decade. A sound that we, up until recently, gave credit to Diddy for popularizing. Shout out to the person who knew who he was. I love that. Right? So Diddy takes Brucey's sound, gives it, shout out to DJ Brucey if he's still around, gives it to Jodeci. It becomes a hit. So out the ballpark, by destiny swapping with this unknown DJ and using it as a blueprint, he now has created a sound that will now become the signature for his entire career as an A&R. And then he meets a young lady named Mary J. Blige. And he uses this for her. He's like, I'm going to do the same thing. Hard and soft. Mysterious and hip hop. Now we get real love. Tim said it was very minimal. It was a very hard beat and snare, no melody. And next thing you know, we had the Come and Talk to Me remix. Kirk said Sean turned that into his blueprint for his special brand of A&R. And the next artist to benefit was Mary J. Blige. Mary's What's the 4-on-1 hit the ball out the box. The hat was pulled down, the mysterious nature. It had a little bit of darkness and moodiness, big Scorpio energy. And it went so well. It was groundbreaking. He launched a female artist in a male-dominated hip-hop era and created hip-hop soul simply by stealing DJ Brucey's idea. Diddy is a sponge. His ability to watch the room and take a little bit from everybody and like do a Frankenstein that he makes himself into. It's awe-inspiring, and I'm not saying that in a good way. I am actually awed. Right? So Diddy now has used Brucey's idea to launch these two acts. And if anybody knows anything about hip hop and R&B, you know Mary J. Blige and Jodeci were a big fucking deal, right? And then you're thinking, okay, well, this is great because in 1992, Sean is promoted as the VP of A&R. VP of stealing shit and knowing how to read niggas' talent that you could take for yourself, right? And that's around the time when he does his next Destiny swap. Diddy had this thing where if you were a man in the room who he thought was more powerful than you, he would do a thing that we now credit Drake with doing. I wonder if Drake learned this from Diddy. He'll steal your bitch. If Diddy is in competition with you or he envies you, rather than simply become your friend and create a healthy friendship, he will instead get close to you and steal your bitch. And he didn't call them girlfriends. He called them bitches. I'm being accurate, unfortunately. Right? And so the next Destiny swap was with Eric Sermon. Eric Sermon says that Puff asked him to record the intro to Mary's first album, claiming that he was a big fan of Eric's group EPMD. That started what Eric thought was a real friendship, a genuine friendship, until Eric found out that Diddy was just hanging out with him so that he could woo away his girlfriend at the time, Misa Hilton. So Eric's like, wait, me and Misa just broke up suspiciously, and now you're with her? Interesting. For those who hear about Mr. Steal Your Girl, Diddy was the original Mr. Steal Your Girl, right? A few years later, when Misa and Diddy are now enmeshed in this incredibly abusive relationship where there's actually witnesses in the documentary who say they saw him pummeling her and dragging her into a car, and grown men would have to pull Diddy off this young little girl. I mean little as in she was small, petite, right? So imagine Diddy is pounding this woman on the street allegedly, and they're grabbing him off of her while he's trying to yank her into the car. And so it's tricky because my first thought was, why did none of you report him? Then I realized, normalized misogyny. And eventually got to a point where one day Eric was talking to Misa because they still remain friends. I mean, I'm not even sure they would have broke up if Diddy wasn't around. They were still friends, and he's in the car with Misa, and they're just talking. He alleges that nothing was going on. That was just his homegirl. Diddy walks up, sees them, goes into a jealous rage, tries to punch Eric. They drive around the corner because Eric's like, well, now I'm going to have to beat your ass, right? I'm going to have to whip your ass. You're a punk. So Eric's thinking him and Diddy are about to get into a fight. Instead, Diddy jumps into his car and plays a young artist that he's working with called Notorious B.I.G. And Eric is so taken aback by how good the music is, he forgets to beat Diddy's ass. That part of the story was weird to me. I mean, okay, so Biggie is very talented, but if you tried to punch me in the face, bruh, fuck you and your cassette. Just back then we had cassettes, y'all. Now, let's talk about Diddy and Biggie. I started this saying that I was a huge Tupac fan, and so I always felt like Tupac was the real artist and that Diddy was dark-sided as a child, so I feel very vindicated right now. I have known a lot of people who are associated with Faith and Biggie and Tupac and have heard many stories throughout the years that some I thought were exaggerated games of telephone. And watching this documentary, I was like, oh, y'all were right about that shit. Oh, my bad. Because everybody has a story about Tupac. Everybody has a story about somebody from back in the day. I didn't realize how many of those stories were fact-based until I watched this doc. I was like, oh, so this is real. Somebody said, I kept trying to figure out if I missed something at that part. Yeah, so he punched you and then he played Biggie, and then what happened? Very weird. Men are interesting creatures sometimes. So anyways, Diddy is now working with this new artist named Biggie, and you're thinking, okay, Andre Harrell's going to be so happy because, Diddy has all this new talent, X, Y, and Z. Andre Harrell fired Diddy. He said, you're not listening to me. I'm supposed to be your mentor. You're not listening to me. There's a picture of Andre Harrell and Diddy that I'm going to see if I have up on my computer because I would like to show you the visual. But there's a scene that I saw that was so fascinating to me. And in this scene, Diddy is behind a desk at his office while Andre Harrell's on the other side of the desk. And it very much looks like when the student becomes the teacher. Now, instead of Diddy behind Andre Harrell, begging for some time, it's like Andre Harrell is the one talking to Diddy as if Diddy's his boss. And when you're mentoring somebody who has that level of hubris, you know, you kind of know. Let me see if I can pull up this picture of Andre Harrell. All right, so here's a picture of Andre Harrell and Diddy when Andre was the father figure to Diddy, right? Because even Tim Dog Patterson said that when Diddy got fired, he was so devastated, he was sobbing, he was so upset, right? So this is Diddy and Andre Harrell, who at the time was like a father figure to him, right? So when Andre was like, Diddy, you're moving in a way that I can't stand behind, I'm gonna have to let you go. Diddy like wept for like 5 minutes and then said, fuck you, I'm gonna create my own. I'm gonna create Bad Boy. And if you want to know why Andre probably had to fire Diddy, I honestly believe for his own safety. Look at this picture. There's a throne. So let's start in the middle of the picture. There is a throne, right? For Uptown. In the throne is the king, Andre Harrell. Right behind him is his second in command, Heavy D. Right? Right next to him, flagged on one side, is Jodeci, his first big act working with his new A&R. On the other side is Mary J. Blige, right? I think that's Tim Patterson in the hat off to the very, very far. This is my right? Who is in the very corner, guys? In the very corner behind Christopher Williams. Diddy, the intern. You see how far Diddy is from center as the intern who looks as if he jumped in last second in the back? Somebody said, why is the A&R in the pink, right? Before long, the intern would overthrow the king. The intern would overthrow the king. And so I need y'all to understand. Oh, yeah, that is Albie Shore. I used to get Albie Shore and Christopher Williams mixed up all the time. They look so much alike. This visual of how a destiny swap works, that you can be centered, flanked by your disciples, and the person in the corner watching you is just waiting for their opportunity to pounce and replace you. This picture has always been chilling to me as somebody who knows the lore of Diddy and Andre Harrell. And so this is the next destiny swap. This, one could argue, was the first super major one, because doing a destiny swap with Heavy D just means that you like pushed him over and got in the room, right? But he's still right behind Andre, right? But to replace the king, do you know how brutal you have to be to replace the king? And here's the thing, right? Albie Shore said Andre was the king of Uptown Castle he created, and the intern was taking his place. How could you be surprised that he would not be okay with that? And Tim, aka Dog, said Andre was like a surrogate father to Sean. Sean was like sick when he fired him. I'm talking about sick. He couldn't believe it. And the consequences were that Sean called me and was like, yo, I'm about to start my own thing. Cue Biggie. When Andre let go of Diddy, even though Diddy was no longer safe, he felt so bad about letting him go. He said, you know what? You're being fired. I'll let you take Biggie with you. I believe that decision cost Biggie his life. Dressed in all black like the Omen. I love how y'all are seeing that. Biggie was signed to Uptown. When Andre let Biggie go with Diddy, I believe that if Biggie had never, ever been released from Uptown, he would probably still be here today. That's my own speculation. Again, not a fact. Not a fact. And so, and somebody said, word to Little Kim. Many people have said that they believe that one of the reasons why Diddy pushed Faith Evans on Biggie was because she knew how much Kim loved Biggie, and that if Kim had been allowed to stay around more often, that Kim would have been the friend talking in Biggie's ear saying, something's wrong with Sean. Don't trust him. That's happened to me before. I've been in relationships where I was very close to somebody in the spotlight, and because I was the one friend who was telling the truth, I had to be neutralized. I have a friend right now that I still miss to this day who we can't talk no more because their team thought I was telling them too much truth. It happens, guys. Anybody who's in here who lives in LA or New York or in Atlanta in the industry, if you are friends with the celebrity and you are the one person who actually loves them and respects them enough to tell them the truth, even when it's inconvenient, their machine or whatever team is behind them is most likely going to try to get rid of you. And it's painful because you're like, okay, I'm hurt and I'm going to miss you, but you're also unsafe now without me here, right? You're also unsafe. I had a friend a couple of years ago who this happened with, and she has been successfully destiny swapped with. The person who got rid of me is now as famous as she was when we met. They've completely switched places. My friends, every time they see it, will text me like, you were right, that girl destiny swap with her. Can't do nothing about it, right? And so when Sean takes Biggie with him, the stipulation is he has to be able to buy Biggie's contract. He shops it around. He goes to Clive Davis. Clive Davis hears Biggie's music and immediately understands it. If there's one thing Clive Davis is going to do is know how to Christopher Columbus some black talent. Is he alive? Is he? I don't know if Clive Davis is still alive. I'm not being respectful. I just don't keep up with him like that. So Clive Davis hears Biggie's music and immediately gives Diddy the money to fund what we now know as Bad Boy. So think about it, right? You see Biggie, you know he's talented, you finesse your way into taking him with you, and Biggie becomes the basis of Bad Boy. Again, and for those who've seen the documentary or for those who just know history, what does Diddy always have to do in order to become a bigger star? Corruption and bloodshed. Yeah? So let's talk about Biggie and Tupac. You already know where this is going, guys. Let's talk about Biggie and Tupac. Now, when Biggie started Uptown, he gave Kirk 25% and he gave Janice Combs 75%, and he had 0% of the stock in Bad Boy. Why is that? Well, some of you might know a certain comedian called Michael Blackstone. Michael Blackstone is the comedian who's super dark and he makes jokes about being African in that exaggerated accent all the time. Michael Blackstone recently got uncoupled, divorced from his wife, and she was stunned to find out that all his assets are in his mama's name. She didn't get shit. It's an old street player game, is that if you want to protect your assets from your partner, you put everything under your mama's name. So when Diddy starts Bad Boy, he has 0%. 0%. 75% goes to Janice, 25% goes to Kirk Burroughs, the co-founder of Bad Boy. And when Kirk asked, well, why don't you want 20% of your own company? He says, oh, because of those 9 people who died, if there's any civil cases, I don't want to have my name attached to Bad Boy so that they can't get any money from my record label to pay for all the deaths that I caused. It's Blackstone, like Blackstone. Sorry, guys, Blackstone, right? Think about that. To say, hey, I'm going to give this to you and my mama so that all those families I ruined can't get no money out of me. Somebody said Akon did that also. Put it in your mouth. Somebody was saying they wish Candy had put Mama Joyce's on her company's name. Anyways, so now we're getting back to Diddy and Biggie, right? Diddy has everything banked on Biggie making him have an entry point into the world of music outside of doing A&R. Now he wants to be seen as a big old record exec, right? And he called it Bad Boy because he wanted them to know that he did not plan to play by the rules. People who are narcissistic, I don't want to diagnose, so I'll say narcissistic, which is a character trait, not a diagnosis. People who are narcissistic love to taunt and leave little nuggets and trophies about what they've done in plain sight. Calling your company Bad Boy because you want to show off how much you like to circumvent the rules, hiding in plain sight, right? Hiding in plain sight. Even the name, hiding in plain sight. And so Diddy plays that song for Eric Sermon. Eric Sermon, for some reason, doesn't beat his ass and is really impressed by Diddy. And you're thinking, okay, well, this is great. This is where they become best friends, and Diddy and Biggie go off to make music history. Yeah, not so much. Biggie's first couple of tracks were all right, but they didn't really do that great. You know who was doing really great? A young man named Tupac Shakur. Tupac Shakur's music was doing amazing. And a whole entity of young men called Death Row Records were also doing amazing. At the time, Death Row and Tupac were not intertangled just yet. We often like to think that Tupac and Suge Knight were always against Biggie and Puffy. That's not true. So there was Tupac, a young man who had an initiative called Thug Life, where he wanted thugs on the street, black men on the street, to take the streets back and feed into the community. And Tupac was by himself doing thug life. And Tupac had this friend who he really loved called Christopher Wallace. Tupac and Christopher Wallace were damn near best friends. In fact, this is the part that everybody misses. Diddy was not Biggie's best friend. Tupac was. After Biggie died, Diddy lied to all of y'all, and for 30 years had you think it was the opposite. So Tupac, and I'm gonna read what his cousin said. Let me see. I want to pull this up. Eric Sermon shares the story. Despite Biggie's epic talent, he had a slow start because West Coast rap was dominating. And the brightest star in West Coast rap was Tupac. I Get Around by Tupac. Such a great song. Please watch that video. If you want to get a taste of what that year was like, I Get Around, perfectly executed. Was the blueprint song that Diddy and Kirk studied under a microscope. Kirk is now confessing. Diddy took I Get Around by Tupac, gave it to Kirk and everybody at Bad Boy, the song and the video, and said, I need you guys to study every single aspect of this song and of this visual. I want you to study it inside and out, and I want you to take every component that you have studied about these two pieces of art that are stratospheric, and we're going to do a copy and paste of Tupac and superimpose it on Biggie. Not speculation. It fucking happened. So Kirk said him and his team spent weeks in the lab studying I Get Around by Tupac. They're like, okay, Tupac is shirtless and sitting by the pool. We're going to have a video of Biggie with his shirt on, though, sitting by the pool. Tupac is showing that he's surrounded by his community, chilling with his people and vibing. We're going to have a video of Biggie chilling with his people and vibing. Tupac is using this really cool beat that feels like it's mid-tempo. We're going to have a song that's really like mid-tempo and chill that feels like you could smoke to it. And after weeks and weeks of quite literally being in a lab to Destiny Swap, guess what they came up with as the East Coast version of I Get Around? Big Papa. And when you watch the fucking video, it is so obvious in retrospect. Big Papa is nothing more than a ripoff of I Get Around. From the visuals to the feeling to the people, like it's insane. Gia said, let me see, Gia, everybody in here is talking about Gia. What did Gia say? The chat is moving too fast. I'm aging myself, but I was in the I Get Around music video. Gia, that's amazing. You're a part of hip hop history, my love. Not one of our mods being a part of hip hop history. I kind of love that. Actually kind of goes so well with the lore of this page. Imagine, guys. Imagine that you are alone, minding your business, being a nigga who is just trying to take the street backs for his people. And somewhere in New York, this little boy with no daddy and a mama who thinks he's her husband, who wants to be a street nigga but can't fight and can't shoot, is sitting in a lab for weeks figuring out how to hit copy and paste and give your juju to a nigga who is actually your friend in real life. Back to Destiny Swapping.
Them on. Or in my experience, there was this one friend that I had. She would literally repeat back my ideas to me like a few days later, like we didn't just have the conversation, and I would just brush it off, but I'd be like, yeah, that's a sign. And then you'll notice the subtle, or sometimes not so subtle, competition. You know, they stop liking your posts on social media, or they begin to try to one-up you. Or like I said previously, they are into things that you've expressed to them that you're into, or something that you want to try or do, and they try to rush and do it before you. Sometimes it's like, instead of mutual support, they're just trying to up the score or keep this invisible scorecard that you aren't even aware. Like, please let me know we're in competition, because at least I could put my game face on, because maybe you ain't gonna win. Oh, let's get into energy shifting. No, you're not crazy. You're not crazy. When you notice a shift in tone on the phone, or when you share something with them, or when you're feeling sad or you down bad and you notice that your friend is like, oh, that's crazy. Instead of like supporting you and giving you the emotional support that you probably give them, that's a shift that you need to pay attention to.
Oh, I love that you're saying this. So I always use this term, but nobody ever knows what I'm talking about. I get swagger jacked a lot. People be like, what the fuck is that swagger jack? It's an old 90s term. Swagger jack, it means it's destiny swapping, what street people used to call destiny swapping before they knew the actual term for it.
You're not crazy. You're not crazy.
So destiny swapping is what happens when somebody quite literally studies you. Now, while Diddy, this is where I want you guys to be fair to Biggie. While Diddy is watching Tupac like the ops, Tupac has no idea what's happening, and him and Biggie are still close friends. So let's look at this. Big and Pac were friends, Blue. Please don't forget to highlight this. Biggie and Pac were so close, and I have it here. Pac played Ready to Die because Biggie sent it to him before it actually hit the streets. Pac was sent an advanced copy of Ready to Die before it hit his streets. And his cousin, who's still alive, and what is his cousin's name? William Lesson, Pac's cousin, said, and I quote, "We played that tape till it was destroyed." He was so excited for Biggie. I've never seen someone more excited for someone else's success as Pac was for Biggie's. He thought Biggie was dope. He didn't think Biggie was as doper than him, but he thought that Biggie was next thing smoking. Pac loved Biggie so much, he would take Biggie on tour and let him open up for him. They had a connection. Your musical bestie, who you adore, has now been given away by Andre Harrell to your biggest op, and neither you or him know it yet. This shit makes me mad because I feel like it's happened to me before, right? Those moments where people make you feel like something isn't what it is, and by the time you realize that you've been a puppet, it's almost too late. So William Lesson, Tupac's cousin, said that he, to this day, hates the fact that we all think that Biggie and Tupac were enemies when they loved each other like brothers. Kirk Burroughs, co-founder of Bad Boys, for those who are coming in late, said, Sean was insanely jealous of Biggie and Pac's friendship. Insanely jealous. There was a yearning for him to have that complete and total control. If you're my artist, you're my best friend. I pay for you. You work for me. I make hits with you. So who is this guy, Tupac? And why do you need him in the picture? Tupac was a very likable person, and all the women loved him, and he was a rapper and a movie star, all the things that he wasn't. So now he's thinking to himself, wait a minute, I'm going to do to you what I already did to Kirk and everybody else. I'm going to make you adore me. I'm going to make you financially dependent on me. I'm going to be your everything. But here comes Tupac. Tupac is so amazing. Instead of being stuck on Diddy, Biggie is going on tour learning from Tupac instead. He's like, no, like, I love my label and everything, I guess. But like, Pac is my real ass fucking friend. That's my brother. To the day he died, Diddy repeatedly failed in making Biggie hate Pac, which one could speculate is why. Yeah. Somebody said Icky definitely. Oh yeah, absolutely. Icky should send me a fruit basket every Christmas for all the gems that I've given him that he cannot pretend belong to him. Absolutely. By the way, a lot of women don't want to admit this, but when a strong, confident woman dates a weak, insecure man, there's a high probability that when he leaves you, when you leave him, he's going to pretend to be you afterwards. Ask me how I know. I don't know. I can't remember the last time I seriously dated a man who didn't pretend to be me after the breakup. And my first thought is, so is the girl you're sleeping with now fucking you, or did she fall in love with me? Because she's falling in love with the version of me that is being emulated by you. So go off. It's a little threesome happening, right? So Diddy is now getting mad because Pac and Biggie kept getting close. And so Diddy's like, well, if you can't beat them, join them. So Biggie approaches Pac and says, I would like to work with you. And Pac takes one look at Biggie. He's like, I'm all right, big dog. I'm good. Pac rejects Diddy to his face. He's like, look, I know my boy Chris likes you. So I guess you call him Biggie now. I'm going to let you and Chris do whatever y'all doing. But I don't want no part of this. This is some weirdo shit, right? Pac was a street nigga. He's like, I don't know what's going on, but this is some weirdo shit. So I'm good. I'm Gucci. So Pac flat out rejects Diddy, and I think that's why he's not alive today. And so Kirk says, for Sean, being a marketer meant being manipulative. And there's envy for people who have success, fame with no manipulation, right? I always say this, if you are real, somebody who is fake, who's pretending to be something, is going to always be frightened and then spiteful when the real thing walks into the room. If I'm getting away with being a facsimile, it's almost like seeing a Gucci purse. You can see the flyest ass Gucci purse until somebody with the real Gucci walks in and you look at the label, you're like, wait a minute, this is a fraud. Simply being authentic makes you a threat to fraudulent people who are pretending to be the very thing you are. Yeah. And so no part of me is confused why Diddy hated Tupac. Not only are you the real deal, not only are you charismatic, not only do women date you not because you tricked on them and stole them from their boyfriends using money and affluence and fame, bitches just like you because you cool. You just get to breathe and be cool. You just get to breathe and know how to rap. You just get to breathe and have integrity. Did you have a father? Because I didn't. Like, how'd you figure that shit out? So, the cousin says, Pac turning down Diddy and not letting Diddy infiltrate his best friendship with Biggie, and Pac pouring into Biggie without feeling like he needed to also be involved with Diddy is what set off the chain of events that led to his death. And the thing that I always found interesting about Pac's death was the chain of events always felt so off. And there's these blind spots that I had in like trying to figure out what happened that I thank this documentary for sharing. For those of you who watched the documentary, I hope I'm doing it justice. Let me know in the live chat. For those of you who haven't watched the documentary, well, I guess I did the intellectual labor for you because it was a rough watch. I'm not even going to hold you. So episode 1 ends with Kirk saying, I think that Sean, now my mature mind, had a lot to do with the death of Tupac. And because the storytelling in this doc is so well executed, episode 2 picks up exactly where that leaves off, right? Now, episode 2, it's called What Goes Down Must Come Up, which is such an interesting kind of phrase. In that, we hear about how Puff wanted Tupac so that he could control him, and Pac wasn't interested. And after his failed destiny swap, Tupac is the first person that Diddy ever tried to destiny swap with on the record that we know of, that it didn't work. Up until this point, since childhood, if Diddy liked who you were, he would get close to you, endear himself to you, and then emulate you. Tupac was the first person who ever said no to Diddy. Nobody had ever said no to him before. I'm not even sure his brain knew how to what's that word? What you mean no? Andre Harrell fucking fired me and I became his competition. Who the fuck are you to say no to me? Are you crazy? Are you nuts? For those who are asking, is it on Netflix? Yes, it is absolutely on Netflix. So Diddy is like confusion because he's like, what you mean that Pac? So then we're going to hit rapid fire, right? What happens when you reject a powerful person? They don't just walk away. They make it a vow to destroy you. I remember when I was freshly out of working in the news and decided to go freelance. In my mind, I thought I was unemployed because I didn't realize that writers could just write without working for a major publication. I kind of lucked out, and my first major news gig was with a major publication. So I didn't understand, like, there was no cognition around Blue. You could just freelance and work for yourself and like feed yourself. That was a new thing for me. And I remember I had this friend who I met in VIP. And because I was going to go to my friend's DJ set and we had a whole VIP section and we could bring 8 people and I only had 6. So I asked one of my friends who I adored at the time and said, hey, you can be number 7. He said, well, I have a friend with me. Can he be number 8? Number 8 was quiet at first, but he kept popping bottles. And he was like, what do you do? And here's the thing, because I'm a writer and writers don't often get a lot of attention, unless you're like one of those writers who goes on speaking tours, you're used to getting a decent check and study whatever and academically being applauded, but the public doesn't know who you are. So he's like, I feel like you somebody. And I was like, aren't we all somebody? He's like, no, what do you do? And I said, oh, I used to work for X publication, X, Y, and Z. Our mutual friend number 7, who invited number 8 says, no, she's playing it down. And he starts reading off my resume. Now I'm thinking, well, this is a weird exchange. I'm just trying to pop bottles and like fucking do a 2-stamp, the Afro beats. Like, what are y'all doing? While he's bragging to number 8 starts to sit closer to me and says, let me order some Clase Azul for the table. For those who don't know, Clase Azul and VIP is $600 a bottle. So now I'm like, you're ordering a $600 bottle of tequila just because I told you I like tequila? He's like, well, your name is Azul and the Clase Azul. So long story short, this man was popping $600 bottles all night for me and my friends, invites me over to his beautiful apartment, endears himself to me. And I tell him one day while we're hanging out, because I'm thinking he's harmless, whatever. Like, he's just a new friend. He's like, so what are you doing for work? I said, well, a political person, I won't say their name, somebody who was about to become vice president or was up for vice president, was working with an organization that needed a writer. And I was a candidate for the job. And I was like, I really admire their politics, and I feel like leaving media to go into politics might be a good next step for me. And this would be so high profile, being a speechwriter for such a big political figure, X, Y, and Z. And he's like, well, how much is she going to pay you? Let's say I gave you a 5-figure number. He doubled that number and said, if you work for me, I'll pay you that instead. I said, to do what? I'm not going to be on the poll. He said, no. I'm just going to pay you to be a consultant. You guys, if somebody offers you 5 figures a month to be a consultant, and you only working a couple of hours a day on Zoom, just question it. And I was like, you paying me? Okay, actually, I can say the amount. He offered me $15,000 a month to be a consultant working a few hours a week. I said, no, that's like $1,000 an hour. Like, what the fuck am I going to be doing? And so he's like, no, you're just so talented. I want you to be part of what we have built. I was like, okay. I go to work for him. I do such a good job that he adds more money to the pot. I'm not going to say how much. Within 60 days, I'm getting paid in a summer what most people make a year. And I still don't understand. Like, I'm doing great work, but I still don't understand, why are you giving me so much money? You know, when it finally hit me why I was getting paid, what I was getting paid? That summer, I was freshly unemployed, working as a consultant for him and helping out my family. And for Christmas, I said, you know what? I haven't been home for Christmas in a while. I'm going to go home for Christmas. He started screaming at me and cussing me out because I wasn't going to spend Christmas with him. I said, well, it's Christmas. Me wanting to spend Christmas with my aging mother. This was before we found out my mother was sick. So my mother's been feeling really frail lately. I have a bad feeling that she might be sick. I want to make sure I spend Christmas with her. Why would that anger you? He said, but we've been hanging out so much. I just thought you were going to spend Christmas with me. I was like, well, I don't know why, because this is our first time talking about Christmas. We do hang out a lot, but this is our first time talking about Christmas. I'm spending it with my mom. Didn't think nothing of it. He tries to give me a bunch of work to do the day before Christmas. I said, you know, I'm an independent contractor, right? Like, I don't actually work for you. You're paying me a lot of money, but I'm an independent contractor. I'm not available on Christmas Eve. The documents you need, I'm going to email them to you ahead of time, but I'm going to spend time with my mother. He's like, well, what are you doing after that? And I said, my friend Sarita, shout out to Sarita Singleton. I shout her out all the time on here. Amazing writer. Go watch her movie on Netflix with Kiki and Sister. What is it called? Just One of Them Days. Great movie. Very funny, very lighthearted. She's a Capricorn, by the way, so the Caps out there. I was like, me and Sarita are going to Jamaica for the holidays. So after I spend Christmas with my mother, I'm spending New Year's with Sarita. There's no way we're going on a girls trip. He says, can I come? I said, no, you can't. I said, nigga, it's a girls trip. What is wrong with you? And he's gay, so this is not romantic. I was like, what is going on? Nigga, I'm going to spend Christmas with my friends and family. I come back for Christmas. All my documents that I was supposed to send to him, deliverables were sent ahead of time. I'm doing my work. And then I realized, hey, I didn't get paid in January. I asked the other contractors, did you get paid? They were like, yeah. Do you know I found out this man refused to pay me for work and services rendered? And he claimed it's because I didn't finish my work as an independent contractor. And the whole time he was punishing me because I didn't spend Christmas with him. I'm sharing this story because when you're in the presence of someone who's pretending to be generous, and then suddenly you feel a grip tighten, the first way you clock it is that your free agency is penalized. Anytime you just try to take back your free agency, you are penalized. Now imagine I'm now depending on that 15, 20K a month to help my mother, who I've now confirmed is sick. And your thought is, oh, her mother is sick. She needs that money. If I take the money away, now she has to hang out. I call him and say, I don't know what the fuck is going on, but you need to send me my direct deposit immediately. Immediately. He got shaken up because I called HR and reported him. He sends me the money. After he sends me the money, he's like, I don't know why you're tripping. You want to come over tonight and hang out? I'm not going to lie, guys. I did because I was tired. I said, if me catching a Uber to his house to hang out for a couple of hours stops this so I can make sure my mother gets the medical care she needs, I'm going to have to eat shit. I also learned this, though. This was in January. A month later, I quit. And at that time, that 15, 20K was 80% of my income. A month later, I quit. That's how I know that money is not enough. I was only able to be bought for about 6 weeks to get me through the holidays. And I was like, yeah, I can't do this. Didn't have a savings account. That last 15K I got had to last me a very long time. Had no savings. I said, I can't do this. I have client calls. That's the day that I opened up more pages on my calendar for client calls. I said, I cannot do this. And so when y'all are talking about the Diddy, mind you though, this is in 2022 and in the age of social media where I can go online and say, hey guys, I've opened up my calendars for readings. Let me know if you want to pull up. For 6 months, my readings were keeping me afloat while I was bouncing back from being unceremoniously, And you know what's crazy? When he and I stopped being friends because he was verbally abusive, he called me one day and he was screaming at me nasty on the phone. He didn't know that Bridget was sitting next to me on my couch. And I said, hey, Bridget Kelly is sitting right next to me and she can hear everything you're saying. You might want to bring it down. The shame he felt as soon as he realized that there was a witness to his verbal abuse, his voice immediately changed. His voice immediately changed. One of the things you're going to recognize with Diddy is this moment of having on a mask, and the minute he feels like he's safe, it falls off, right? That scene we talked about where Diddy was smiling with everybody in Harlem, but then the minute he got into the car, he was like, ew, I have the cooties from all these poor people. I need to be dipped in bleach and shit. I know what that feels like. When I said Bridget Kelly sitting next to me, I knew that he was a fan of her music. The minute I said it, his voice changed so quickly, it was bone chilling. To this day, I cannot mention this man's name around Bridget without her screaming. She starts, she's an Aries. That man needs to fuck that nigga up. Like, she hates this man, right? A lot of times victims are a little bit less rah-rah than their friends because it's almost like you go numb. And she was like, Blue, you were being abused. And I was like, oh my God, I was being abused emotionally, psychologically, financially, right? Diddy does the same thing. He'll make you dependent on him. And the minute you try to in any way assert your free agency, you get punished. I lost a shit ton of money. Some people, unfortunately, lose their lives, right? And guys, I'm sharing these personal stories because I want you guys to already start figuring out how to connect this to your real life, because the value in this narrative about Diddy, aside from the fact that survivors are finally getting their shine, is you're going to also see all the places where little shades of Diddy-like behavior. I hope it's not too many shades, but there's lighter touches of this kind of manipulation that lives outside of just Biggie and Tupac and watching documentaries. And we said earlier, we're talking about destiny swapping. We've talked about destiny swapping a lot. We talked about Andre Harrell. We talked about DJ Brucey. We talked about Alpo. We talked about Biggie. We're about to talk about Tupac. I need y'all to understand that even if we believe in destiny swapping, we also need to believe in karmic retribution. Because many people who saw the title of this live said, Blue, destiny swapping I get, but there ain't no karmic retribution. It just so happened that Diddy finally got caught. But I know mad people who are rich and don't ever get caught, and there's no karma. I beg to differ. So before we continue talking about the doc, let's watch this about karmic retribution and how it connects to this case.
I'm not an angel. I've done some things, and when I got
I'm starting off with 50. For those of you who are upset that 50 is the person who is the EP, not the director, not the storyteller, he's the executive producer. Words mean things, right? The storyteller is not 50 Cent. The storyteller is Alexandria Stapleton. 50 Cent financed it. This was her vision, right? For those who are saying my screen is blurry, let me know when it fixes itself. I don't know what's going on with the Wi-Fi lately. I'm moving soon, so hopefully that'll help whatever weird Wi-Fi issue has been happening lately. You guys, you're telling me when I'm blurry. Please tell me when I stop being blurry. That'd be helpful too, because otherwise I'm just left wondering if it's fixed itself. So 50 Cent, ironically, understands karmic retribution. Not saying he's a great man, not saying he's not problematic. I'm just saying that even the most heinous criminals that you know of tend to have a respect for the very spiritual tenets that most of you scoff at. So let's hear 50 Cent kicking off this conversation around karmic retribution and what it actually means versus the misconceptions that you guys have around it.
shot is like karma. What goes around comes around. I've been blessed with the opportunity to change my life.
Did you hear what he just said? He said, me getting shot was karma. The energy that I put out came back to me, and that's why I got shot. I'll keep
That's how I've
playing.
been doing it.
Here's what it's not. Karma is not cosmic punishment. It's not you were bad, so now life punishes you. Karma is unresolved resonance. Every action, thought, or decision you have or make leaves a frequency imprint in the field. And if that imprint is coherent, things like being aligned, loving, clear, it completes itself, no karma. But if that
Did you hear what she said? If the energy is aligned, karma doesn't have to balance anything because karma is already being respected. Karma is about the energy being level and balanced.
imprint is distorted, born from fear or avoidance or harm, it leaves a ripple. That ripple is entropy or chaos. And entropy doesn't punish you, it just wants to resolve. So what happens? That distortion finds its way back to you, not as revenge, but as a chance to bring it into harmony. That's why karma feels like life repeating itself. What comes around goes around, right? It's not punishment, it's just a feedback loop. It's the field trying to balance the equation.
It's not punishment, it's a reflection, guys. Now listen to this point in particular.
Karma is always backed by intention. The 12 laws of karma states that karma is always backed by intention, whether it be good intention or bad intention. So let's just say you got your heart broken and the person who hurt you is going about their life like nothing happened. If their intention was to never hurt you, they're not going to receive bad karma.
By the way, this is why a lot of women can't stand me when most women are socialized to be like, oh my God, if you guys broke up, he's the shittiest man who ever lived and karma's going to beat his ass. And I'm like, no, it's not. We just weren't compatible. Karma's not going to whoop every ex's ass just because y'all fell out of love. That's not karma. That's ego and delusion. So karma isn't about something you don't like happen, so everybody's going to hell. That's not karma. Karma is if somebody means you harm, then the intention of harm is something that they're going to have reflected back at some point. But if y'all just didn't work out and there was no bad intention, it was just life, just lifing, what karma are you waiting on exactly? What karma are you waiting on?
Because their actual intention was to never hurt you. However, if their intention was deceptive or sneaky, even if they weren't trying to hurt you, they're still going to receive karma in a deceptive or sneaky way. Because karma always comes in an equal or like fashion. Using the example of somebody who hurt you, because usually that's how people want other people to receive their karma. If they were never trying to be deceptive or sneaky, if they went about things being open and transparent, some people just fall out of love and they're not going to receive their karma if they just fell out in love with you. But if their intention was to be sneaky and date someone else while they were dating you, they're going to receive their karma in an equal or like fashion. Or they cheated on you, or they were planning to just date somebody else and kind of phase you out, they're going to receive karma. Just because you're hurt and you're placing that blame on somebody else doesn't mean that that person is going to receive karma. Unalignment doesn't equal bad karma. Just like being a good person doesn't equal good karma either. It's always backed by intention. If your intention is to do something for the praise of other people or validation of other people, you're not going to get good karma from that. If you're feeding the homeless and you're posting about it on social media for that validation or for attention of others, you're not doing that from a well-intending place.
That's Diddy. Diddy had a habit of doing things that seemed virtuous. Just like the scene that we keep talking about hugging everybody in Harlem. But his intention wasn't to be a man of the people and help the people. It was to manipulate them for personal gain. There's a karmic debt that gets built up when you're constantly doing what looks good for bad reasons. That's why I always say, guys, I don't care what you say or even how you say it. Because people be like, what's how you say it? No, be respectful. But you being respectful doesn't make me trust you, though. You being respectful is just a prerequisite of me not walking the fuck away because I'm a grown person, right? Someone can say something in a nice way, but if I can smell the intention is nasty, that's what I'm going to take issue with. The world is full of well-spoken, likable, karmically nasty people. So all of you who are like, oh, it's not what you say, it's how you say it. It's not what you say, it's how you say it and why you said it. So many times someone has said something that is technically true, and I'll be like, no, that's completely true. I'm just curious. Why did you feel the need to say it, though? What was the intention of you saying it? If you ever want to destabilize someone who you believe to be narcissistic or manipulative, don't be clever. Be direct. Say, I'm just curious. What was the intention of you saying that? The amount of people who hate me It's a strong word, but it's true. The amount of people who hate me simply because I was like, so what was the intention of you saying that? And they immediately felt like I clocked them. Mind you, sometimes I really just wanted to know. But the minute you ask somebody to state their intention, they have to be retrospective or introspective in order to answer it. And it might reveal that number one, they were reckless and didn't think about their intention. Or number two, they're manipulative and don't want to say their intention and I have to think of a second intention on their feed that's equally compelling as the real one. I'm telling you guys, cheat code. If somebody ever does something that feels funky, do not jump to conclusions. Do not play victim. Do not shut down. Simply look them in the face and say, what was the intention of that statement? What was the intention of that question? Well, why are you upset? No. I don't know how I feel. It kind of hit me funny. So rather than assume, I'm going to give you a chance to explain and clarify. Narcissists don't like that. They don't like being seen clearly.
You're doing that for validation of other people. That's not good karma. But let's just say you were feeding the homeless and you were posting about it on social media for other people to get involved as well. That's good intention, which means you're going to get good karma. Karma happens in public or in private in a very similar way that it was given. So just because you don't see someone physically going through their bad karma doesn't mean that it's not happening. If someone was being deceptive or sneaky to you, someone that they're dealing with can also be deceptive and sneaky. And this doesn't always have to be a romantic relationship. It could be a business relationship. It could be a friendship. With karma, time is not linear. It happens just like divine timing happens. It happens when the circumstances align, just like a bridge of incidents. If you don't see someone going through their good karma or their bad karma, doesn't mean that it's not happening or it's never going to happen.
Those are all of you who say, well, I know all these rich people who appear happy. Karma doesn't give a fuck about appearance. You don't know if they're crying in the shower or curled up at night, like completely steeped in addiction and depression. You don't know those moments. You actually can't say that. You'd have to be with somebody 24/7 and be able to read their mind to say it with the level of certainty so many of you say it with.
Just like how things fall into place in a good way, things can also be falling into place in a bad way as well. The 12 laws of karma also state that there is no good, nor is there bad. It just is.
I don't believe karma exists. Bad people seem to get away with too much. I can see that. I can understand where you're coming from. Here's what I think.
By the way, for the young lady who said being rich seems so lonely, I'm thinking about doing a video on a topic similar to this. And I will say this, I've been studying a bunch of content creators who are very good at their jobs, very successful at their jobs, but also have longevity, because this is my first year of fully committing to content creation. As somebody who's been an academic and a news girl and a nonprofit girl, being full-time as content creator this year has been fascinating to me. There are so many pitfalls that I kind of circumvented just from watching other people. And one of the things that I've been hearing from a lot of well-established, really successful content creators is that your job is to constantly be perceived. And it can wear thin on you when people constantly want to perceive you like a product, right? And you can love your job, but it can also get lonely because people are so busy staring at you, they forget to see you. I'm gonna repeat that one more time. Sometimes when you have a platform, people are so busy perceiving you and consuming you, they forget to see you. And that can be incredibly lonely. And if you're rich on top of that, if you are making the kind of money per month that people dream of making in a year, what then ends up happening is there's a distance between you and them because they find you unrelatable, and they also find it hard to show you sympathy. Your rich friend's bad day is not going to be taken seriously like everybody else's. Even if you feel bad for them, there's going to be a subconscious aloofness from them, because it's like, okay, you're depressed, you're sad, you're sick, you're doing all this stuff, but you could pay your rent and you can order extra guac without checking your balance first. You ain't got no real problems. That happens all the time, guys. And it doesn't take much money. The simple act of just not being broke makes it a little bit lonely, because everybody likes the bond over brokenness and brokenness. I say this quite often. So go from not being broke and being the friend who is like, oh, being dehumanized because you can understand everybody else freaking about money, to then going to being comfortable, which is the next level. Because there's broke, there's neutral, and then there's comfortable. And then go from comfortable to rich/wealthy. Every step you're further and further from the masses. It's inherently lonely. Now, it can be lonely, but if you're emotionally intelligent, you're like, oh, nobody can relate to this one topic except for other people who are in the same space. So I'll make sure that if I want to vent about this one topic, I'll go to my other rich friends. But for everything else, I have this amazing support system of people that I love, who pour into me and love me, even though they can't relate to these 3 or 4 money-related problems that I have about business, right? So it's totally possible to be rich, successful, and happy. I know plenty of people who are actually really happy despite making very, very high 6 figures, low 7 figures, right? And some are making 7 figures and above. So that's not saying that all rich people are sad. But to be rich and to be healthy and happy doesn't mean that you're absolved from those feelings of loneliness. Now imagine somebody who's rich and has that big gap between them and other people, and they've told themselves they like the gap because they need to feel superior. They've told themselves that even though nobody gets them, and even though they have nobody they can vent to without feeling like they're on the payroll, they like the distance. And now they have all this trauma, all this pain, all this like childhood stuff that they never confronted. And they're being flooded by all these emotions that they have nowhere to put. And so what do they often reach for? Spiritual warfare. Spiritual warfare becomes a drug where it's like, if I can't vent to people who care about me and keep me safe about how to become healed and healthy, I'll just play psychological games with people like a cat playing with a mouse who doesn't know it's been caught. It becomes an outlet for that loneliness. And so for someone to think Diddy just got his karma, I think there is a void in Diddy that has been ever present and growing. There's an abyss inside of him that I will personally, thank God, never be able to relate to, that one could very honestly say was already part of his karma before any of this came out. Can we be honest? There's a lot of sad niggas in VIP. Ask me how I know. And one thing about doing this work is you'd be surprised how many clients I have who run big corporations, who you'll never see in these chats. You'd never think that they follow me, but they call me regularly every quarter. And they make so much money. And it is some of the saddest energy I've ever felt in my life. So again, stop thinking just because somebody's on a yacht that karma skipped them. That's naive as fuck.
I think there's a lot of people in this world who are horrible human beings. And they seem like they get away with everything because maybe they have money, they have power, they have status. Those people are not happy. They may seem happy on the outside. They may seem like they have everything. But the reality is, those people are spiritually bankrupt.
Yeah.
They have no relationship with God, no real relationship with themselves. They don't understand.
And that's why he's so obsessed with God and love and Haitian spirituality and all these other things that are supposed to cause community. He's cosplaying as a thing that he lacks. A lot of people do that.
They truly are. All they do is do people wrong to get more money, to get more power, to get more control. Those people will never truly be happy, and that is their karma. They'll never truly have peace. They'll never truly have friends. They'll never truly have loved ones. Everything in their life is fake. They're always having to wear a mask, and that is their karma. And that might not be good enough for you. You want to see that person actually bankrupt, unhappy, at rock bottom. But that's not always how it works. That person's karma is to never be happy, to never have someone love them, to never truly love someone, because they're a horrible person and they don't understand how to do those things.
And karma shows up in the weirdest fucking ways, man. It'll show up years and decades later. Just when you think you got away with the crime, it will show up.
If Sean Combs watches this, what do you think he's going to feel?
Like, wow, this is amazing. I think he's...
And here's the thing, too. I think part of the reason why 50 Cent is so ruthless is that he met karma in the face, and the chest and the arms and the torso, because those bullets were flying. And he survived it. And so there's a hunger for life that he has, whether we agree with it or not. And I don't always personally agree with it. And there's also a lack of fear, because people don't talk about this often, but when you face the boogeyman and make it out alive, it's hard to be scared again, because there's nothing more scary than the unknown. There's nothing more scary than the unknown. 50 Cent has faced the darkness and came out alive, and like it or loathe it, I think a lot of you are a combination of both. He has nothing to be scared of. It's not some unknown thing. He knows what it's like to almost die. And it's so crazy because I feel zero kinship to this man. And I will say this, though, and this is something we're going to talk about in the Members Only Live. I told you guys before, I've had a near-death experience, and I do think part of the reason why I find it so hard to be scared of human beings. I'm scared of illness, weapons of mass destruction, acts of God. I'm not scared of other people. If I see somebody who scares me, it's because they have a weapon in their hand or they're about to cause me harm. But I'm not scared of people. And I think it's because I passed away and came back. We'll do that story for live. I'm not sharing that shit on the public page, right? And so I can tell you from personal experience, when you almost die and make it back, everybody can kind of suck your dick a little bit, right? Like, it's like, what are you going to do? If the Grim Reaper and I did this and nothing happened to me, you can kind of kiss my ass. Now, I use my near-death experience to do the work that I'm doing now. 50, free agency, okay? So I'm not saying I agree with the man, but unfortunately, I do get it. I absolutely get it. So back to the destiny swapping and the karmic retribution of Diddy in particular, right? November 30th, 1994, Tupac goes to Quad Studios to record a track. And he was about to record the track, and he was like, there's an audio playing in the documentary where he's saying, yeah, they kept on asking me to come record this track. And I was like, why are they so pressed about me coming to record the track? At the time that he's coming to record the track, it just so happens that Biggie and Sean Combs and Little C's, Little C's from the Crush on You video. I know you see me on the radio. True, that one. Yeah, so Little C's and Biggie and Puff are at the studio. Little C's looks out the window and sees Tupac, and he's excited because Little C's is Biggie's second in command, his sidekick. And Diddy is just the boss, but Tupac is their real friend. So Little C sees Tupac, Biggie's real friend, not just the nigga who signs his checks. He sees Tupac coming up towards the studio after smoking a J, and he gets excited. He's like, hey, yo, Pac, hey, yo, Pac. And Pac's like, hey, yo, what up, C's? So Biggie's like, oh, yo, Pac's outside. So Biggie lights up excited because Biggie was such a huge, he just loved Pac. In fact, thinking about how much Biggie and Tupac loved each other breaks my heart. Because for so many fucking years, we were told the opposite. So Biggie's like, yo, C's, go downstairs and go bring up Pac, because he doesn't know that Tupac was lured to Quad Studios. He's thinking it's just a coincidence that Pac's outside. Little C's runs to the elevator, goes downstairs so he can run out and bring Pac up. 2 gunmen are waiting at the door and say, get back on the elevator. C's is like, oh, okay. What the fuck? C's goes back up the elevator. All Tupac knows is, I came to record a track. I see C's screaming at me, what's up, out the window. There's a recording of this, guys. There's literally a recording of Pac telling this story. I'm just retelling Tupac's own story in his own words. He's like, so I go to the studio. They're pressed to see me for some reason. I see that C's is in the window greeting me, which means Biggie and Diddy are up there. I'm about to go in the studio, and suddenly I get shot, and what y'all are telling me is a robbery. But why was my $80,000 Rolex not stolen in a fucking robbery? If you came to rob me, why are there $80,000 worth of jewelry still on my person? I might not know much, but that's not how robberies fucking work. And so Tupac's like, yeah, Diddy did it. I'm sorry. I think Diddy set me up to get shot. Because the only person who didn't seem excited to see me was fucking Diddy. And I already told that nigga, yo, my boy likes you, but I'm good. So now Tupac is pissed. Mind you, if you shoot a Gemini and you don't kill them, you have an enemy for life. For all the astrology girlies who I know watch my lives, that one's for you, right? There's some people, if you hit and you miss, you're going to have to hit them again, because as long as they're alive, they're going to be on your ass, right? So Tupac is like, yeah, that was 100% a failed hit from Diddy. Y'all can't tell me no different. I don't have Thug Life written on my stomach because I'm stupid, right? So at this point, now Pac is like, yo, Biggie, I love you, but keep that nigga the fuck away from me. So that's what happened at Quad Studios for the folks who don't remember or who were under a rock if they were around back then. So now it gets to the point where Pac is shot and immediately starts to give Diddy the side eye because he just thinks 1 + 1 is 2, right? It seems obvious to somebody with his kind of street smarts. In 1995, Bad Boy is rising to the top now with Craig Mack. Let me see my list. Craig Mack, Biggie, Faith, and Total. Like, come on. Can we just say that's an iconic fucking 90s lineup? Now all the Geminis saying it's up forever. I didn't mean to trigger y'all, Geminis. Calm down. Y'all act like y'all the ghost of Tupac. Okay. So now we see that it's now 1995, and in just 3 years, Pac has become stratospheric by using Brucey's A&R tactic in order to create this new sound. Popularize, he didn't create shit, but to popularize this new sound that he's superimposing on all his acts that kind of became the sound of the 90s for hip hop and R&B, right? And so Puff makes Kirk come into his office one day at the height of, mind you, what's funny is my old best friend who loves 90s R&B used to always call 1995 the year of Faith Evans. And now in retrospect, I recognize why, because in 1995, all you heard, mind you, in 93, we were listening to Death Row. About 95, there was a turn of the tide where it seemed like Bad Boy was on Death Row's heels, right? So one day, Kirk, the co-founder of Bad Boy, who owned 25%, and Janice Combs owned the other 75%, because Diddy didn't want to pay the victims of people who died because of him. Kirk is called into Diddy's office one day. He walks into Diddy's office thinking that Diddy wants something, and right there, Diddy's getting a blowjob. He's just sitting in the office with his wee-wee out, getting it sucked on. And Kirk freezes, and he says, did you need something from me? And Diddy looks him in the eyes, and he's like, nah, I don't need anything from you. And Kirk walks out, shocked and stunned. This is his childhood friend who he started Bad Boy with. Now you're wondering, why did that happen? In my notes, it says asserting dominance and complicity. The first time someone does something blatantly nasty to you, blatantly disrespectful, something that legally we now know is actually considered SA, right? Making a man walk in on you getting sucked off is technically considered an assault, right? And in that moment, if you walk out that room without asserting a boundary or making it clear that you won't put up with this, he's not just asserted his dominance over you, he's now made you complicit in the toxic culture that he has created. That is a hazing. It's a humiliation ritual, guys. And all throughout Diddy's career, there would be these moments that in retrospect, we now recognize as humiliation rituals. Why am I bringing this up as an educator? Because, guys, in your real life, when that friend does that blatantly fucked up thing and you're told by your toxic positive homies to turn the other cheek, you are becoming complicit to whatever nasty environment that they're creating. The reason why I check everybody the first time they got me fucked up is because my education has taught me I kind of have to. That's not me being short-tempered. You see how we're in this chat, and if somebody catches my eye who has me fucked up, who is compromising the integrity and safety that I promised y'all in this space under my watch, I'm quick to be like, so let me explain to you why we'll never do that again, and anybody else who wants to do that can leave. I'm doing that to show you that I don't care. There's 2,200 people in here plus, right? I'm so grateful you're here. None of you have the right to talk to me crazy or create an unsafe environment for the people who are in this chat because they trust me. None of you. I will always make you fucking uncomfortable if I have the energy to. I will always make it inconvenient for you to come here and talk crazy. I will always make it so that you feel like, oop, Blue's a spicy one. Let me wash my fucking mouth and think, is the thing I'm about to say to her something that I would say to her face without getting cussed out? Is the thing I'm about to say to her something that I would say to somebody that I respect? Is the thing I'm about to say to her something that I can stand 10 toes down on when she calls me out? And if the answer is no, you choose to shut the fuck up, right? Respectfully, yes? What am I saying? I'm not complicit. And the safety of the collective matters more to me than being liked by strangers who don't even like me back. That moment of Kirk walking in on Biggie was when, not Biggie, walking in on Puffy was when Diddy confirmed, gotcha. And shortly thereafter, Biggie said, hey, yo, I'm not Biggie. I care more about Biggie than Diddy, so I keep on saying Biggie. Diddy said to Kirk, yeah, shortly after the whole penis thing, he said, yeah, so check it. I have this bigness deal, so I need that 25% back. And Diddy's and Kirk is like, Diddy, what? He's like, yeah, remember how I gave you 25, my mama 75? I kind of need that 25% back for a business deal. You get it back. At this point, Kirk has already shown he's willing to watch you let a girl slob their knob in the middle of the office and say nothing. So now I know I can do this to you. You can't unring that bell if you will let me expose myself to you in the literal sense. If you're willing to let somebody gargle my balls in front of your face and say nothing to me, I now know for a fact I can get my 25% back. And that's how Kirk Burroughs, co-founder of Bad Boy, lost all his shares. And the company that he not only helped build, but was doing the lion's share of the work for while Diddy was getting all the credit. Because as of that moment, he became a complicit disciple of the church of Diddy. And one of the things I love about Kirk Burroughs is he had the emotional intelligence in the documentary to actually admit it. Let me see if I can find the quote. There's a quote up here. I have so many notes. Where's the quote about? I'm gonna do a search. Disciple. I love seeing emotionally intelligent Black men. I love seeing men be emotionally intelligent because we tend to act like emotional intelligence is feminine. We tend to act like only women have access to it. And that's not true, because if it was true, we'd be in trouble, right? And so let me see. He says here, after Justin Combs was born, Kirk grappled with the fact that he had watched Misa get beat so many times and was now being asked to be the godfather of the child born of that relationship. He convinced himself that Diddy must have changed. And he said in the documentary, does being there after everything that I saw make me part of Sean Combs' cult? Maybe so. I actually may have been his first disciple, believer, and then overall protector against all odds. So it's almost, somebody said cult Rico. Yeah. I love that Kirk admitted, he said, all those moments of Diddy asserting dominance and me not standing up for myself and me being groomed into submission, I became a disciple. I was complicit in those moments, right? I drank the Kool-Aid because I wanted to be part of this big thing that I had invested in. So many people stay in bad relationships because they've invested so much time. Even if the relationship is bullshit, they feel like they're going to lose time if they give up the relationship itself, right? The idea of starting fresh 10, 15 years into something feels like a death. And it actually kind of is. So now we have poor Kirk, right? Has lost all his shares because Diddy needs him to let him hold it for a second. I want to also point out that in 2003, Kirk tried to sue Sean P. Diddy Combs to get what was due as a co-founder, and the case was dismissed because Puff's lawyers just railroaded him. Kirk also faced homelessness and all types of things as a result of what Diddy did to him. So Andre Harrell had told Diddy, remember I told you how Andre Harrell trained Diddy like a vicious pit bull? That who eventually would end up biting his own hand. Andre Harrell allegedly only ever gave artists their advances and then would do everything in his power to never pay them again. Those are the allegations. What did I say about the Blueprint / Destiny swap? Diddy took that practice, that shady practice that was allegedly from Andre Harrell that he watched as a mentee, and he did that times 10 to everybody who came to Bad Boy. So this thing of, if you go to Bad Boy, Diddy's going to be the star and you're never going to get paid. Diddy allegedly learned that from Andre Harrell. Diddy doesn't have any original thoughts. He's great at remixes. He's great at making a gumbo out of everybody else's ingredients, but he doesn't actually have any original thoughts. And that's a theme that came up over and over and over so much. Mitson is saying, I love this chat. Y'all are so smart and thoughtful. I love that. For those who don't know, Mitson works in the therapy field. And so I love it when people who are actually qualified give you guys those compliments for being such a smart room. I actually agree, Mitson. This is a very smart room. And so the act of only giving you your advance and then letting you suffer while making you feel beholden because you're part of this entity called Bad Boy. In fact, I think Babs from Making the Band would later say that when her lawyer looked over her making the band contract, the lawyer laughed and said, so you're getting paid in fame because you're definitely not getting paid in money. And that's a bar, because being part of Bad Boy was for the fame. It was not for the money. Because what did I say earlier? Diddy, even though he could afford it, would intentionally not pay people because he knew poverty would make them complicit. Is that not the same thing that the current administration is doing in America? Making people poor and exhausted and tired so that they can't fight back. Okay, just saying. So the next blueprint destiny swap would be all of the bad boy artists, right? The theme today is destiny swapping. Diddy eventually got to a place in Bad Boy where he destiny swapped with every single fucking person who has ever been signed to his label. We all know that part. By the time Diddy got to about 95, he was like, yo, a bunch of people died. I got rich. No, I got famous. A bunch of talented people signed away their life to me. I got rich and famous. So clearly I know the formula. If I just eat your soul and act like a succubus and suck up your spirit, even if you die, I become rich and famous. That becomes the MO, allegedly, for the next 30 fucking years, right? So let's talk about the destiny swap with the artist. Mark Curry. In the words of Mark Curry, by the way, Mark Curry is so fucking funny. Mark Curry hates Diddy, bruh. Mark Curry is one of the few people who I think hated Diddy in the 90s. Like, this is not new hate. The whole documentary, Mark Curry's basically saying, yo, this loser is something else, huh? And so Mark Curry said it was a shell game. You could go to #1 with Diddy and have no money. Puff owned the studio. He would appear in the videos. He would sing on the tracks. And then he would show up on tour before you for your own goddamn track. So by the time you pay the studio, you're paying Diddy. You pay the videographer, you're paying Diddy. You pay costuming, you pay craft services. It might be Janice making some macaroni salad in the back. Diddy made it sure that every line item on your advance check was basically just a different iteration of his name. Very bizarre. And it's so funny because Kirk always said, yo, I loved Diddy at the time, but I could not help the feeling that he was always jealous of the artist. It's one thing to think Sean Diddy Combs is another crooked record exec. That's like saying water is wet. What is special, though, something that Clive Davis didn't have, because, you know, Clive Davis, the people have questions about him. Clive Davis was just a good old white man trying to make a bunch of money off the backs of black talent. Diddy wanted to be the talent. So it wasn't about the money. Remember I said how my editor said, Blue, you cannot write this expose on Diddy? And I said, but we're like, you guys are worth hundreds of millions. Why can't I write this? Our lawyers are like top shelf. They're like, Blue, this is not about the money. I do believe with Diddy at a certain point, it wasn't about the money anymore. It was about the envy he had that he knew how to make a star, but he didn't have what it took to be a star. And anybody that he signed for being a star would be commodified and then punished for being born with the very thing he was struggling to cultivate. So I'll be sure, you know, the former lover of Kim Porter who, you know, basically lost his son to Diddy because Quincy is very much seeing Diddy as his true father. I'll be sure said, can I be honest? Diddy had no music. He has zero music ability. He has no talent musically. So many people in this industry have said it's astronomical and almost impressive how far Diddy has gotten with not a lick of musical talent. Not a lick, right? So Blueprint Destiny Swap I think we're on like #5 now. There's been so many Destiny Swaps and we're still in the mid-90s, guys. I think I've named the half a dozen Destiny Swaps and we still haven't got the fucking 90s. So let's go to the next Destiny Swap, right? Suge Knight. Suge Knight is an abusive man, but he had what we call street integrity. I know this is the thing that is going to make a lot of you, particularly in the 2025 mindset, struggle. Street niggas could be murderers, could be stone cold-blooded killers, they could be drug traffickers. They still had a code that they lived by. You could see a cold-blooded killer in the 90s who would still had a code of ethics that he lived by, despite being a killer. That is no longer a thing, right? It's no longer a thing. And as someone who has complicated feelings about the justice system and who's worked with so many former gang-affiliated human beings, one of the things that I recognize is that I get along really well with gang members. You know why? Not because I believe in their code or because I want to excuse what they've done. The reason why I get along with gang members is because gang members live and die by a code of ethics, and so do I. It's a different code, but we know what it's like to say, this is what I'm about, and I will die on this hill because my integrity means more to me. Now, integrity, guys, let's explain that word. Integrity means a consistency of character. It does not mean you're a good person. It means whoever you are, that's who you are all the fucking time. It means you are incorruptible to whatever code you subscribe to. So by that clear definition, right, that non-emotional, non-virtuous, matter-of-fact definition, there are gang members who have more integrity than clergy. I've seen more integrity on the streets than in church. There are people who will thump a Bible and be virtuous on Sunday and not live by any of that shit the other 6 days of the week. On the street, you will literally die if you move like that. Your life literally depends on you saying and being who you say you are. And so for someone like me who's autistic and doesn't get swayed by virtue signaling, I was like, well, this is awkward. How does this man who just came out of jail have more integrity than the lady at the potluck? Oh, that's awkward, right? When you know that integrity just means that you are who you say you are and you have a consistency of character, and then you go to a church where you're supposed to be communing with God and you can't find is the integrity in the room with us, it can get tricky. And shout out to the churches that actually are not that stereotype, right? Because the ones who are loud as fuck. So Suge Knight, despite being not very nice man, was actually known for his code of ethics. And his mantra was the complete opposite of Diddy. His mantra is, if I eat, everybody eats. My entire crew has to be safe at all times. Thank you guys for the older heads, probably the millennials in here and the Gen Xers. My word is bond used to be a popular saying in the 90s and early 2000s that I have not heard since. We don't say word is bond anymore because word is not shit. Word is algorithm, okay? Algorithm is bond. Word is not bond in 2025. Algorithm is bond. But back in the day, Suge believed that his word was bond. And he made sure that everybody on death row, whether they were good people or not, because again, this is not about morality, they all ate. All the artists were well taken care of. All the street niggas live by a code. If we're not going to fuck with your mother and your sister, we mean that shit. Meanwhile, the scary niggas have integrity, and the man who's dancing like a fucking Sambo is the actual demon. Do you see why being distracted by optics is so dangerous when it comes to clocking someone? Your discernment has to almost be blind. You have to close your eyes and be like, what do you feel like? Because fuck what you look like. What do you feel like? What is my gut telling me, right? So in 1988, Suge started off as Al B. Sure's security. And he also understood the music business. And whenever someone would move dirty around Al B. Sure, Suge would make it a point to step in and pistol whip them. I'm not condoning violence. I'm just saying. That nigga was 6'3" and 335 pounds. That's a big boy. Okay? That's a wall of man. Yeah? So Al B. Sure is signing Uptown. He's like, my girl who used to be the intern is no longer with me, despite us having a baby together. And now she's fucking on the intern? The intern that Andre Harrell fired? And now the intern done started his own label? Okay, I guess. Poor Al B. Sure. Of everybody that Diddy's allegedly tried to kill, Al B. Sure is the only one who's still alive. So just let's cover him in the blood of Christ or whatever y'all believe in, because that's crazy work. So Al B. Sure is like, so me and Suge worked together because he was my security. Because Suge had street code, Suge was like, yo, I don't like how these artists are being treated. I don't like how these, like on the streets, niggas who move like that get shot. We don't move like that. So Suge gets into the music business to figuratively provide the kind of protection, both financially and socially, that he used to provide physically for his clients like Al B. Sure, right? Who better to keep you safe than a former security guard? I'm just saying, yeah? And so he found out who people were. He was a mover and shaker. He was very likable. He became friends with Puff. Jesus Christ. You know what happens when a powerful man becomes friends with Puff? What is he going to do? He's going to watch you, make you into a blueprint, and then he's going to try to swap with you. Y'all see where this is going? Y'all already know where this is going, yeah? So Kirk said that Sean admired Death Row in 88 and wanted to emulate them. He didn't just want to emulate Tupac, because at the time, Tupac and Death Row were two different entities. Tupac was the pretty nigga who was besties with Biggie and who wouldn't let him sign him. Tupac was like, I don't want to be signed by you. I'm good. Death Row was the label being started by your current girlfriend's ex-boyfriend's security guard, and the security guard seems like he's that nigga, and he has all these fucking hits. And you know how Diddy is. If I steal your girl, I'm gonna want to destroy everybody around you, right? So Diddy becomes hyper fixated on being friends with Suge because Diddy loves to get close to niggas who are who he is pretending to be, right? So they become cool. There's video of them talking about their friendship in the beginning, guys. Again, you can't betray somebody unless you're close to them first. Betrayal literally means that somebody that you're close with takes advantage of their proximity to you. You can't betray a stranger. Suge Knight was betrayed by Combs because Combs was actually his friend first. Sorry, they were friendly. I feel like current Suge would be like, that nigga ain't my friend. So anyways, they become cool. And Sean admits that he is jealous of Death Row. And when he gets Bad Boy started a couple of years later, he makes it a point to not only study Tupac, but to also study Death Row. This is important because him being obsessed with both Tupac and Suge is what made Tupac and Suge join forces. They were separate. I'm going to keep repeating this, guys. Tupac and Suge were separate entities. So by 1995, both Bad Boy and Death Row were at the top of the charts, right? But Suge made it a point to properly pay everybody. Unlike Diddy, Suge paid niggas. You could eat working for Suge. You could survive and take care of your money and your family and have investments and get a house and a car and pay your mortgage working with Suge. Kirk would later point out that people like Craig Mack who were going hungry, the same Craig Mack of Flavor in Your Ear, hip hop fucking classic, did not have money. One time Craig Mack told Diddy, I am so strapped for cash. Please help me. Diddy allegedly pulled out a big roll of $100 bills, slipped off a single $100 bill and handed it to Craig Mack. Flavor in Your Ear. Nasty work. Craig Mack being broke goes to Suge and says, excuse me, sir, can I have some bread? Very Oliver Twist. He's like, yo, Suge, Diddy's not letting us eat. Can I come with you? Because you big. You all big and scary and shit. You murk niggas. You know, there's infamous stories of Suge Knight allegedly grabbing people by the ankles and dangling them over balconies, right? So Craig's like, if I'm going to leave this demon, you just look like a big something. I can hide behind you like a shield. So Craig Mack starts to have conversations right after Flavor in Your Ear with Suge Knight to jump ship. Suge Knight decides, oh, y'all not eating on the East Coast? I love the East Coast, right? I'm always hearing about Biggie and them. They do amazing music. I'm going to open up Death Row East Coast. You guys were made to think that Death Row was only supposed to be a West Coast rap entity. Death Row was just music. Music that they had no coastal allegiances, and they were preparing to start the East Coast branch of Death Row. And in the words of Michael Jordan, Diddy took that personally. So at the Source Awards, tensions were high, right? And Suge Knight did that infamous speech. Let me see if I can pull up the speech without getting a copyright. For those of you who know the speech, you already know what I'm about to say. Hold on. Let me see. Video file. I hope all the hip hop heads are being fed by this. I'm gonna play the speech real quick, but I'm only gonna play it towards the end because I don't want to get a copyright with not Flavor in Your Ear, Warren G playing in the background. All right. So this is the Source Awards. Yes, guys, I actually went and tracked down the footage because you already know how I am. And so at the Source Awards, everybody's there, right? Everybody and their mama is at this iconic Source Awards. And from what I heard, backstage was a melee. All the East Coast rappers and the West Coast rappers were all just running to everybody's dressing rooms, kikiing, talking, whatever, right? And Suge looks around and he's like, yo, I don't like no punk ass niggas. You guys street niggas. And I'm saying, again, for those of you who don't understand, I do have a little bit of street cred, even though I'm not a street person. I have very soft skin. I'm not trying to fight nobody. Although my friend taught me how to shoot a gun last year. That was interesting. They are very community focused, and I've always found that interesting. Do you know what gangs remind me of? Don't get mad at me. Don't get mad at me. Don't get mad at me. Pattern recognition. When I was in my 20s and I was hanging out with the gay kids at the Village in New York, they would call me Mother Chanel because I guess the kids who are disenfranchised and no longer have homes because they've come out the closet, they create this thing called families, right? And if you watch Paris is Burning, you know exactly what I'm talking about. So, and the ball scene is all about creating families. Those families are a surrogate of the families they didn't have at home. So there's a mother of the house, right? So I was in the house of Chanel. I was Mother Chanel, and we had these little houses. It was so cute back then. I'm telling you, the 90s and early 2000s was a very interesting time to be a young person. And so it wasn't until a couple of years later when I stopped hanging out in the village and went back to Boston and was doing my work with reformed gang members. I was like, oh shit, the gay ballroom scene houses and these gangs are actually serving the same function. They're just surrogate families. Ballrooms, the ballroom scene, and gangs in a weird, perverted, they're just surrogate families. There's a mother, a father, brothers, camaraderie. It's the same thing with friends who work in the military, surrogate families. Somebody said you lived a life for real. Yeah, I have. Oh, thank God there was no internet back then, huh? Woo. All right, right? So it's surrogate families. And so I'm saying that because in the eyes of Suge, who is the father of the House of Death Row, using that same analogy, there's nothing more disgusting than a mother of the house or a father of the house not taking care of their children. So Suge's like, your daddy ain't shit. So when he comes to this awards and everybody's in the same room and he's no punk ass bitch himself, he takes this as an opportunity to call out what he believes is bad behavior from Diddy. Oop, hold on, my light just fell up. Lord, was that Diddy who turned my light off? God, don't scare me. Let me plug my light back in. This is why I always have backup batteries. Hold on, turn this on. How you doing? We're back. All right, so here's the speech. Oop, the music's still playing. I gotta fast forward some more. Here we go.
First of all, I'd like to thank God. Second of all, I'd like to thank my whole entire Death Row family on both sides.
He said, my whole entire Death Row family on both sides. He thanked God and family. I'm telling you, you think that the ethics that you applaud only exist in righteous places? Everybody wants to have a family, guys, even people who you consider cold.
You know what I'm saying? I'd like to tell Tupac to keep his guards up.
Did you hear what he just said? I'd like to tell Tupac keep his guards up. Because should heard what Diddy allegedly did to Tupac at Quad Studios. And he was like, I don't like that shit. Nah, nigga. How do you tell him to come to the studio like y'all family and now he's got shot in a robbery where nothing was stolen? So this is him saying, I see what the fuck you did to Tupac.
You ride with him. And what else?
You see Snoop like, yeah, we're a family. We actually could eat here.
I'd like to say, any artist out there want to be an artist?
There's something I would like to say. Any artist out there who wants to be an artist, not a slave, an actual artist.
And want to stay a star, don't want to have to worry about the executive producer trying to be all in the video.
Any artist who wants to stay a star without having to worry about their producer constantly trying to be all in the video.
All on the record.
All on the records. Who are we describing, boys and girls? Come on.
Dancing. Come to Death Row.
This moment, somebody died because of this moment. For those of you who haven't seen the documentary, this moment, which was like 35 seconds, if even that, would later cost somebody their life. Do you understand how fragile you have to be? Somebody said he had me hold him. Do you understand how fragile you have to be to murder somebody because of this 30-second moment? Now, what am I talking about for the people who are not as fast? And y'all are laughing at how trill Suge Knight was, yes? Honestly, I'm going to tell you this. I think a good percentage of my personality comes from the fact that growing up in the 90s, going to my little Irish Catholic private school, in my little uniform. I would go to school listening to Death Row Records. I'll never forget, I got in trouble for singing Snoop Dogg. Tell all my niggas and my bitches and my bitches and my niggas, throw your motherfucking hands in the air. Little girls with Walkman should not be singing Dog Pound. I understand that now. But I would go to school listening to Death Row, and I would come home and watch Oprah. So it was the morning with Suge Knight, and the afternoon during homework, I'd watch Oprah. Is that not sum up my personality? I act like somebody who was raised by Death Row Records and Oprah Winfrey, right? And so it was incredibly impactful because they were the pulse of the culture. And Diddy, up until this point, all his mess was hidden from the general public because social media didn't exist yet, right? So things could hide. Unless you were waiting for Vibe magazine to come out every month, you didn't have to worry about shit like this coming out to the general public. So this moment of publicly humiliating Diddy at the Source Awards, right, where there's all these niggas, right? And Diddy's biggest pain is, I want to be that nigga because I ain't got no daddy. Right? So for you to hit him where it hurts like this, I'm not going to show what Diddy did. I'll just tell you what he did. Diddy was also very direct. I'll give him credit for that. I don't want to give him too much credit. Diddy got on the stage right afterwards and said, hey, I'm Sean Diddy Combs. I think that last speech was about me. And I just want you to know that I don't believe in any of this East Coast, West Coast thing. We're all one family, and I'm rooting for everybody. I'm rooting for everybody. Right? So I don't know what he's talking about. He's being divisive. I want everybody to win. And the audience starts applauding. What have I told you guys about toxic positivity? What have I told you guys about virtue signaling? Somebody brought up a valid concerns. You're dancing on all the videos. You're stealing a spotlight from your artists because you're trying to destiny swap with them and you're not paying them. 3 very valid complaints. And your response is, hands across America, I'm rooting for everybody. It sounded different when Issa said it, right? So he tried to play the nice guy the entire rest of the show. Every single time they put the camera near this man, he's doing fucking hand hearts and shit. Whole time somebody about to die. The killer in the room is acting like a fucking Care Bear. All right. So Puff responds with, I'm a positive black man. Yes, he started off with, hey, I'm a positive black man. If people go around saying shit like that all the time, be careful. I'm a positive black man. And then he uses toxic positivity to say that he's rooting for everybody. Kirk, i.e. the co-founder of Bad Boy and Diddy's second in command at the time, says, Puff never forgave a slight. He remembers every slight. That slight. Let's talk about who died because of that one moment, okay? So shortly after this incident, Mark Curry, who at the time wasn't working at Bad Boy yet, hadn't been signed by Bad Boy. Mark Curry was a doorman at a place called, let me get the place right, the Platinum House. So Mark Curry said, before signing to Bad Boy, I was working the door at the Platinum House. And every Friday we had a Bad Boy party. So Puff was always there on Fridays. And that Friday, Suge Knight came by with his friend Jake, looking for Diddy. So Suge Knight, after saying what the fuck he said, we all saw it for ourselves. I played the video. I had to dig deep to find this video. This is an old ass fucking video. I played the video, right? So Suge Knight said, I told you what it was, and you come on stage on some bullshit talking about I'm rooting for everybody. When you whole ass just tried to kill Tupac at Quad Studios. But go off, King. If you want to play stupid, I'm going to come straight to you. So Jake and him roll up to the Platinum House. Mark Curry, who would later end up working at being signed by Bad Boy, lets him in. And what Mark Curry and the other doormen would say in the documentary is, Suge is immediately spotted by the off-duty cops who are moonlighting as security at the club. The cops see him. He says, I'm looking for Diddy. They say, we're going to have to usher you out. So as they're ushering out Suge and his friend Jake, I want to read this part because my heart goes out to Jake. Let me see. Let me pull out the part about the club. There are so many goddamn notes here. Wow. According to Mark and another bouncer working the door, that night Suge shows up looking for Puff and is escorted out by security, off-duty officer. Suge walks out with Jake, and he sees Diddy there. And before he can say anything to Diddy, a man with his hand behind his back walks up to Suge. I'm going to say this slow because Suge is right there, so this is perfect. He walks up to Suge, and he looks at Suge But while still looking at Suge and not breaking eye contact, he points the gun at Jake, his friend, and proceeds to shoot Jake about 4 or 5 times and kills him while never breaking eye contact with Suge, sending the message, "This is for you." Suge watches his friend get shot in front of his face, and rather than flinch, because he's a real ass nigga apparently, according to the streets, he grabs Diddy and uses Diddy as a shield. If you shoot me, you shooting him. So imagine now Diddy is being held by the neck by Suge like a shield while Jake is dead on the floor. And he's moving, Suge is moving around the room like, if you hit, we gonna die together, nigga. Can we talk about the emotional damage that street niggas experience? Everything about this story is traumatic. Can we all just discuss that? Everything about this, I feel like if I was there, I would still be in therapy about it. So Suge is now using Diddy as a shield, and Diddy's dumbass, allegedly, it didn't occur to him, this man is 6'3" and 335 pounds. If you're within distance of him in the shooting, your dumbass is excited about watching Suge and Jake get killed. Suge will grab you, my nigga. He's not going to be scared. So they had an exchange during the shootout. You want to hear it? Yes, I did write the transcript of what happened to exchange. Diddy starts to freak out and he says, "Calm down, Suge. It's going to be all right. It's going to be all right." And Suge, being the street nigga that he is, says, "What do you mean it's going to be all right? Tell your mama it's going to be all right. Tell your kids it's going to be all right when I find them, nigga." And he grabs Diddy. He keeps grabbing Diddy. "Oh, I'm going to be all right, brother, about your mother and your kids." I believe Diddy probably peed on himself a little bit. I'm not even going to hold you. Now, when the gunman says, "Oh, shit, I was supposed to kill people, but this nigga big and crazy," the gunman freaks out and runs away. The gunman, the hitman, saw that Suge was so big and scary. He said, "You know what? I'm going to head on out." Runs away. They pull Diddy away from Suge, who is fuming now because you just murdered my friend. For what? Because of a speech I made at the Source Awards? Are you stupid? Unfortunately, a couple of days later, Jake dies from his injuries at the hospital. A whole family will never see their son again because Diddy couldn't stand being called out at the Source Awards. Now, what do Suge and Tupac now have in common? Diddy has tried to kill both of them and failed. And that's how Tupac ends up signing up and aligning with Death Row Records. It wasn't because Tupac and Suge were friends who were working. They were the only one. Somebody said blue in the pillow. I'm so sorry. I was just trying to help with the visuals because y'all said y'all were devastated and you didn't want to watch the doc and the doc didn't have a visual. I thought I would just help. I'm sorry. Right? Now, Suge is like, okay, so Diddy has now tried to unalive both me and Tupac in the last couple of weeks. This little nigga is bugging. So they get on the phone, and at the time, Tupac, this is the SA assault. Tupac was in jail for allegedly sexually assaulting a woman. Mind you, when he went to jail, he was still recovering from his gunshot wounds from the failed Diddy assassination. So you're still literally are limping from them trying to kill you. And then Suge Knight's like, "Hey, yo, we have an enemy, a shared enemy. You want to come to Death Row and we could just, align against whoever this weirdo is." And that is how we got the East Coast, West Coast feud. The East Coast and the West Coast never had beef. It was just two niggas who were really talented, who Diddy couldn't kill properly, who decided to work together. Had nothing to do with Biggie. Had nothing to do with Tupac and Biggie hating each other. Had nothing to do with regional tensions. There was no beef with the East or the West. It was just Diddy. Two niggas that Diddy couldn't kill. That's how we got this whole, this entire beef that for decades has been like, oh my God, the East Coast. It was just Diddy. It wasn't no East Coast versus West Coast. It was, I'm going to keep saying it. The East Coast and the West Coast were cool. Niggas from New York would be in LA making music all the time. Niggas from LA would be in New York making music all the time. Nobody had beef. Niggas were just mad that Diddy tried to kill them. I think it's a valid reason to be mad. If you try to kill me, I'm allowed to be a little bit mad at you. So Suge helps Tupac get out of jail. And in 1995, sorry, it says here, December 1994, Pac's grape case came after him being shot at Quad Studios. While he's in jail, he learns from the man in lockup. Oh, I forgot this part, because, you know, nobody, you think women gossip? Nobody gossips like men in jail. Men in jail, it's like The View over there, okay? And everybody's whoopee. While Tupac is in jail, that's when he gets confirmation that Diddy was who put the hit out on him. All the men in jail are like, oh yeah, that was totally Diddy. He was trying to, yeah, he paid some people to try to get you. I can't believe you're still alive. So Tupac finds out in jail from the other niggas that it was Diddy. So by the time him and Suge meet up, he's like, oh yeah, fuck this nigga for life. You see the amount of anger that Diddy inspires when he's around men who, in his definition, would be real men. So now this is where Tupac being a Gemini comes in. Everybody knew that Diddy liked to fuck on people's girls. So Tupac was like, oh, your thing is that you sleep with people's women. Interesting. So you still working with Biggie. I love Biggie, but if he's aligned with you, he's my enemy now. Which, oh, that breaks my heart so much. It breaks my heart that Diddy convinced Tupac to let go of his relationship with Diddy. But I get it though. If you try to unalive me and one of my best friends is still working with you, it might be fuck you forever. So I get it. I get it. So Tupac calls up his cousin one day and says, hey yo, I'm mad at them bad boy niggas, so I fuck Faith. Just to get back at him. I know some people who are associated with Faith, and she's a beautiful singer. I believe it. That's not scientific. I believe it personally. But yeah, and even Faith went on like Drink Champs and was like, yeah, I was a hoe back in the day, child. So Faith done got drunk on camera and low-key admitted herself. So Tupac, who's fine as fuck, Faith Evans, who many of us believe was a honeypot used by Diddy to keep Biggie in control. Just a speculation. Those who don't know what a honeypot is, look it up. I can only educate but so much for free. But because it was alleged that Faith Evans was a honeypot to keep Biggie in check, because Biggie's relationship and friendship with Kim would have made him maybe have a friend who would tell him this ain't it. Tupac was very attractive, and you know, it's not hard to look into Tupac's eyes and forget what's happening. So Tupac intentionally slept with Faith to get back at Bad Boy for trying to murder him. Fair. And then he comes out with what is perhaps, up until Kendrick Lamar, the most savage diss track in hip-hop history. That song, it hurts my feelings to this day when I listen to it. Yes, Gia, his eyes were fucking gorgeous. Hit Him Up is just, oh my God. That song, damn. You couldn't kill him literally, so he murked you figuratively. That song is hurtful. For the young kids who think Not Like Us is bad, oh, honey, go listen to, yeah. Tupac was angry and fine. Bad combination. Angry, fine, and a Gemini. Bad combination, right? Little niggas up. So that song comes out based on what Tupac told his boys on Truth. And Diddy, in that moment, decided that Tupac had to die, allegedly. So poor Jake died because of a speech. Now Tupac got to die because of a song. Do you see how dangerous fragile masculinity is? Do you see how this little boy with no daddy who wanted to feel like Himothy is now just taking out niggas because people hurt his feelings? Allegedly. Yes? There's nothing more dangerous in this world than a fragile masculine man who has a little bit of coin and a lot of time on his hands. So let's talk about it, guys. Let's talk about it. Now, this is the part where the documentary is excellent. I'm going to do my best to synthesize it in a way that feels more cohesive for those of you who will never watch it for obvious reasons. There was a guy called Zip. Let me look up Zip because oh my god, there are so many notes. Because there's like 10 pages of notes. I am so fucking autistic. All right, so there was a man that Janice Combs was cool with, right? And his name was Eric Von Zip, a drug lord from Harlem, who was friends with Janice Combs, and Diddy would tell people, that's my Uncle Zip, right? So Zip is a huge character in why Pac is dead. And if Zip had not died of cancer, I'm not going to say what y'all thinking, but if Zip had not died of cancer, he'd be on trial for Tupac's death, along with the other person who is currently slated to be on trial next year. More into that in a second, right? So Von Zip, one of Janice Combs' homeboys, who's a drug lord, who her son now calls his uncle. Von Zip is affiliated with the Crips. For those of you who don't know about gangs, the Crips are blue and the Bloods are red. I'm going to do my best in my New England accent, not to sound ridiculous talking about this academically. The Crips are blue, and the Bloods are red. When I covered Nipsey's funeral, which was probably one of the most emotional things I've ever had to do professionally. When I covered Nipsey's funeral, I had to interview Cowboy. Cowboy was one of Nipsey's friends. He was actually the last person to ever see Nipsey Hussle alive. We interviewed Cowboy, and I was gonna pull up pictures of that interview, but I started crying too much, so I'm not gonna do that to myself and fuck up the live. But when I interviewed Cowboy, and I said, Cowboy, what word would you use to like describe how Nipsey felt to you? And he was like, Nipsey felt like love. He felt like community. And the little girl in me who used to devour every edition of Vibe magazine felt this click of people talked about Nipsey the exact way people always talked about Tupac. Later in this video, when we get to the fan reactions to the doc, interviewing Cowboy at the Marathon store, surrounded by Crips. I know, guys. Luckily, gang members love me, but my cameraman was a little scared. I'm not even gonna hold you. So we're surrounded by Crips. And they're like, yo, you a real ass bitch. Nipsey would love you, Blue. I thought that they meant that, they like my personality, but my friend pulled me aside. She was like, they're Crips and your name is Blue. It might just be that. It might be that simple. That shit went to, I'm like, oh, Nipsey would love you, girl. Your name is Blue. And they're Crips. Thank God I was not, interviewing the Bloods. And so I'm in this group of Crips, probably more comfortable than I needed to be. And as they're talking, I start thinking, didn't Diddy have this habit of always attacking people who reminded him of his enemies? Nipsey, as I'm meeting him through his friends who are sobbing, sounds so much like Tupac. Was Diddy, this is not in the documentary, but there is a clip in this later for y'all to talk about. Did Diddy ever work with Nipsey Hussle? Guys, I did some research. Why did Diddy strong arm his way into being an EP on Nipsey's final album and is now claiming that Nipsey saw him as a mentor in the way that Tupac refused to? Remember the video at the beginning where the comedian said, imagine hating somebody so much that you can't even add all the stuff that makes you hate them because you're running out of time. Imagine what's on the cutting room floor. I had to do a interview that BT was going to do a tribute to Nipsey, like a documentary style tribute to Nipsey, and Stacey. I'm not going to say her name actually. One of my colleagues who was meant to be in the documentary couldn't make it, but I guess I had left an impression on somebody working at Will Packers Group, so they had me do the interview instead. And during the interview, one of the PAs started sobbing, and I ran to her like, "Are you okay?" She was like, "I was Nipsey's friend, and hearing you talk about him like really moved me." And we just start talking, and she starts telling me stuff, and my brain starts tingling. I'm not gonna say anything else because I can't afford it. I don't have enough lawyers to say what I'm thinking. But yeah, Nipsey, I'm gonna shut up. Anyways, back to what's in the documentary, because they couldn't put everything. I promise you they couldn't put everything, right? So Eric Von Zip is associated with the Crips, and he was associated with the Southside Crips, and I think it was the Mansfield Crips, right? So there's different sections. So there was the Crips from the South Side and the Crips on Mansfield. There was this guy who, what's his name? I think his name is Keith. Yes, his name is Keith. There was this man who I'm later going to get more into. His name was Keefe D, right? Keefe D was a drug lord. For some reason, this nigga loves messing with drug lords. Keefe D was a drug lord who was very high regarded in the Southside Crips collective. Keefe D had a nephew. They called him Baby Lane, right? I think his name was Orlando Anderson or something. I want to make sure I get his name right because this is all too important. Let me look up Anderson. Sorry, the journalist in me is coming. Yes, it is Orlando Anderson. Okay, look at me. Orlando Anderson was the nephew of Keefe D, right? And Keefe is going to be very important in a second when it comes to the death of Tupac. And so Keefe D said that he was in a room one time, and Von Zip walked up to a room full of Crips and said, "This is my nephew, Sean Diddy Combs." Sorry, then they called him Puffy. "This is my nephew, Sean Puffy Combs." And Sean Puffy Combs, allegedly, based on this drug lord, who said this to the officers later on when they were investigating the cold case, he said that Puffy stood up in a room full of nothing but gang members, hardcore, cold-blooded assassins, and said, "I cannot stand Tupac and Suge. I will pay whatever you guys want to end their lives. I'm serious. You have to kill these niggas." Allegedly. Diddy allegedly goes to a room full of Crips brought in by Von Zip, his play uncle, that he met through his mother, and tells a room full of West Coast niggas, "I will pay whatever you want if you get rid of Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight, because I couldn't do it myself." The Crips said, "How bad do you want it?" Diddy says, "Real bad." The Crips say, "How about $1 million?" Diddy says, "So check it. Let's do it two ways. Number one, I want to cause confusion. Anybody who goes to the Bloods," because I forgot to mention this part, while the Crips were affiliated with Diddy because of his uncle, Von Zip, guess what gang was affiliated with Death Row and Suge Knight? Fate would have it, Suge Knight was Bloods affiliated. So how easy is it for you to convince a bunch of Crips to take out a man who's affiliated with their rival gang anyways? Do you see the chaos and dysfunction that Diddy is being a maestro of, allegedly? So he says, well, if y'all can't kill them, let's start with different tiers. Tier 1 is anybody who can yank a death row chain from the neck of a Blood will get $5,000. $5,000 back then is about $10,930 now. No, about $10,300 now, right? So you'll get over 10K in modern time, 5K back then, if you see a Blood wearing death row and run up and yank the chain from them. And guess who was fucking stupid enough to run up to somebody wearing a death row chain and yank it off of a Blood? Keefe D's nephew, Orlando Anderson. So now word has gone through the streets, yo, the Crips are running up on Bloods and ripping off death row chains. Kirk Lauder from MTV would soon after do an interview with, shout out to anybody who knows who Kirk Lauder is, where he says, "Diddy, why are we hearing that you have Crips as security?" And Diddy's like, "Oh my God, my heavens, no, that'd be so unintelligent. I would never have gang members as security. That's chaotic and crazy. I would never do that." I have that video, but I'm scared MTV is going to shut me down with copyright, so I'm not going to share that video. So now Diddy is now traveling through the West Coast, telling West Coast niggas that they could become millionaires if they unalive Tupac and Suge Knight. Here's what's wild. Keefe D and Suge Knight grew up together. That's one of his childhood friends from the neighborhood. You're looking Suge Knight's childhood friends in the eyes and saying, "If you take him out, I'll give you $1 million." fast forward to an infamous night. All right. So 1995, before I fast forward to that infamous night, 1995, Pac is out on bail. He's signed to Suge, and he releases the classic All Eyes on Me. And the theme is, we do not fuck with Bad Boy. And with good reason, right? The double album shoots up to #1 because, and I was one of the reasons, y'all. If Tupac doesn't have a fan, I must not be alive. I had to buy that fucking CD. I mean, a CD. I think, was it a CD back then, or was it still cassettes? Whatever it was, I had to buy it twice. Okay? So, All Eyes on Me is literally a response to Diddy. And Pac says to the press, and I quote, because I love to quote Tupac, "We come into the East Coast to prove there is no fear and overthrow the government that y'all got right now, which is Bad Boy and all that bullshit. And we will bring a new government here that will feed every person in New York. We will bring a new government here that will feed every person in New York." Does that sound to you like a nigga who had an East Coast, West Coast beef? Tupac and Biggie bonded over Thug Life, Tupac's initiative to help street niggas take back the streets and feed into their communities. When he found out that New York was being ravaged by Bad Boy and all this horrible behavior and people couldn't eat, he even used the language of, "We're here to make sure that everybody in New York gets to eat." The same thing Sugar's doing for us on the West Coast. We want to help free New York from the clutches of this maestro. So this idea that Tupac hated the East Coast, when his entire intention was to save it. You see how history gets repeated when it's not properly examined. Right? So Tupac's like on camera saying, this video, guys, I want to save New York. If y'all stuck with Diddy, it doesn't have to be like this. Like, we could all eat. What the fuck is this? Bitch, stand up, right? He never hated New York. He never hated Biggie. Well, until he fucked his wife, because, you know, Biggie's boss tried to kill him. Again, I think it's fair. Maybe I'm fucked up in that way, right? Street justice wise, I think it's fair. So I want you guys to understand now, this entire time all this is going, they're asking Biggie, "Don't you hate Tupac?" And Biggie's like, "I'm just sad about what's going on." Poor Biggie is like, "Puff, what the fuck are you doing?" Biggie doesn't know about the assassinations. All he knows is every time somebody makes Diddy mad, they end up dead. Now Biggie starts doing interviews where he's saying, "I keep having nightmares that somebody wants to kill me. I keep having," you guys can Google it. It's all over the place. Some of the most infamous Biggie interviews ever are Biggie saying, "I'm so scared I'm going to die. I keep on having dreams that I'm going to die." The person who wants to kill you is next to you in all the pictures. And so Diddy's like, don't you hate Tupac? Don't you hate Tupac? He eventually convinces Biggie, "You at least have to respond to this because he fucked your wife. Yeah? It's bad for business. You have to respond." So Biggie starts doing these half-assed responses, but the whole time he's just really, really fucking sad because he doesn't know what's going on and he's scared he might be next. Did I catch you guys up to that infamous night? All right, because I want to get to Vegas. Let's get to Vegas. Hold on. Let me do a control find because it's 10 pages of notes. Vegas. There we go. September 7th, 1996. The Tyson fight in Vegas. Now, here's the thing about it being a Tyson fight. I'm going to give a quick shout out to my Philly niggas watching, right? Have you ever thought about what happens to you? Shout out to all the hip hop heads who are going to understand this immediately. When you hear Meek Mill's Dreams and Nightmares. Think about it. All right, I don't want to get that white line you get when you're talking a lot. So all the hip hop heads in here. I always say Philly niggas because I think nobody gets hype like Philly niggas. Have you ever thought about how you feel when you hear Meek Mill's Dreams and Nightmares? I could be coming out of meditation or praise and worship. If I hear that song, I'm going to want to kick over a chair. Yes? Dreams and Nightmares. I don't know what the fuck is it. The energy transference with that song is real. The minute you feel that song, you want to just, hold up, wait a minute, right? Now, why am I bringing this up? Aside from the fact that maybe I need to listen to that song more when I'm upset because it's very cathartic. The way that we feel when we listen to dreams and nightmares is literally how everybody, all the eyewitnesses described the electric energy in the air in Vegas during that Tyson fight. When you watch Mike Tyson in his prime, did you hear the beginning of that sentence? This is September 7th, 1996. When you are watching front row seat, you're wearing your silky Versace vest. When you are watching Mike Tyson, a black man in his prime, beat the brakes off of somebody, and you are a black man who has thug life on your chest and bravado, and you hang with Suge Knight, it gets you amped. In all the videos that night in Vegas, Pac is just, ooh. If somebody was to do an overlay of dreams and nightmares playing to the video of Pac that night, it would fit perfectly, right? And so everybody, all the black men there especially, were just in this high of like, yeah, nigga, what? Death row till I die. Like, they were hype. It's important. It's important. It's incredibly important for you to understand the emotional electricity that was vibrating through the air that night in Vegas. Because everything else that happens is a result of that electricity, right? And you can't be created or destroyed. It can only be transferred. So the energy of watching Tyson just beating niggas, right? While they're in Vegas, hype from this, the Blood, whose chain was ripped off by Orlando Anderson under Diddy's directive, allegedly, spots Orlando Anderson at the fight. And he looks to Suge and Pac, yo, that's the nigga who ripped off my death row chain. Pac is hype, goes charging at Orlando Anderson and beats the brakes off of him. The Crips, who are also in attendance at this fight, because the security have no pistols on them. But they're like, yo, Puff told us that if we get rid of Tupac and Suge, we get $1 million. Tupac and Suge just beat up Baby Lane for ripping off that chain. This is the perfect excuse because when they're gone, everybody would just think it's just regular niggas fighting over a chain, right? This is the perfect smoke screen. But then they're like, oh shit, we don't have no weapons, bruh. This is a fucking high profile fight. Don't nobody have no pistols on them. That's when Puffy's uncle, allegedly, Von Zip reveals that he had a hidden compartment in his vehicle that security didn't find when they did a search of everything. And there's a gun hidden in the hidden compartment in the vehicle, allegedly. Puffy's uncle's gun is what was allegedly used to end Tupac's life. Your uncle handed a gun to the Crips, and the Crips went looking for Tupac and Suge. Tupac and Suge are speeding and playing loud music. They get stopped by the cops. When they're pulled over by the cops, while Keefe and his nephew Orlando, aka Baby Lane, so Keefe and Orlando and his nephew are riding around Vegas looking for Pac and Suge. Luckily, Pac and Suge have been pulled over by the police, and so while they're talking to the police, they can't be found because they're off to the side. So how did they find them? Two young girls saw Tupac and his fine ass, got excited, and started screaming, "That's Tupac! That's Tupac!" Keefe and Orlando hear people screaming, "There goes Tupac," and that's how they found them and shot them. Keefe says when he walked up with his nephew, Baby Lane, to the car, Suge looked him in the face and said, "Keefe, we grew up together. I've known you since I was 8 years old." And as Suge is saying that, his nephew pops them both. Shoots Tupac, shoots Suge in the head. He's convinced they're both dead. They go to Von Zip's house afterwards. Von Zip allegedly calls Diddy and says it's done. Diddy gets excited. Diddy gets giddy. They said Diddy was giddy and says, "I will get you your money." But then they find out, we don't know what the fuck Shook was on. Shook didn't die. You know, they died already. Just died. Shook wouldn't die. That big ass, you see the man on the screen? Shook wouldn't die. So guess what Diddy says? I'm only giving you $500K because you only got half the job done. Do you hear how cold this is? Now, here's the thing to the person who's saying he never paid them. That is actually heavily contested because some people say that he gave the money to Von Zip and Von Zip pocketed it. So they were never paid, but I'm not sure Diddy never paid them. They were never paid, though. Keefe and his nephew never got paid for killing Tupac. Allegedly. Now, how do we know all of this? Let's explain why we know all this. In 2006, a task force was set up to re-examine Tupac's murder. And at that time, Keefe D was still alive. I already told you that Von Zip died of cancer. And 2 years after Baby Lane allegedly murdered Tupac, he died himself of gunshot wounds. Karmic retribution, one could say, right? He died the same way Tupac did. So the person who actually shot Tupac is gone. The person who collaborated and coordinated all this and allegedly stole the money and never paid the assassins has died of cancer. The only person, and this is what one of the investigators said, the only two people responsible for the death of Tupac Shakur who are still alive are Keefe D and Sean P. Diddy Combs. Keefe D is set for trial in 2026. And the only reason he confessed was because there's a legal thing called a proffer session. And the way a proffer session means is a proffer session is when someone facing criminal charges can answer questions where any incriminating details that they share about themselves can't be used against them. So if I'm a drug dealer who is selling a little bit of weed because, you know, I got to pay for my baby's milk or whatever, and I witness a crime, if I'm having a proffer session, I can tell them I was committing a crime while witnessing a crime, but they can't use what I'm saying against me, right? So it means that it can't be used against you. It doesn't mean that you're immune and they can't find other evidence to get you. So that's why Keefe D is about to be on trial for Tupac's murder. What, 30 years later? 30 years later, Keefe D will now be going on trial. Diddy won't. Anyways, guys, so here's the thing that happens. After Tupac's murder, everybody in the streets is telling Biggie now, Biggie, you know Pac loved you. We know you were close, but you still with that Diddy nigga. Y'all better never come back to the fucking West Coast. Y'all need to stay the fuck over New York because now this East Coast, West Coast bullshit that y'all made up, you've now made it real. Tupac is dead. It's real now. Tupac is dead. And the only reason the people who killed Tupac are not being arrested is because Suge, again, Suge is a man of street integrity, guys. And part of the street code from the 90s is snitches get stitches. They asked Suge on camera, if you knew the identity of the person who shot you, would you share it? And Suge said, absolutely not. I don't snitch. And we now know Suge knew exactly who shot Tupac because it was the nephew of his childhood friend. Suge knew and grew up with the nephew of the person who shot them. And to this day has never said Keith's name. So at this point, we are looking at March 97. I'll actually never forget March 97. Funny enough, I was going to church and Caribbeans have different patties. I was at the patty store next to the church because I wanted a hot, fresh patty before going into the service. And the radio was playing at the Caribbean spot where I was waiting to get patties. And I'm standing there with my mom, just waiting for my hot, fresh patty, so excited. And they say on the radio, Christopher Wallace, also known as Biggie Smalls, is dead. And my little brain, you want to talk about trauma? My little brain exploded. I cried so much when Tupac died. I told you I was getting sent to detention because I was singing death row tracks and shit. And the nuns didn't. Shout out to Sister Mary Beth, rest in peace. The nuns were like, you can't keep on singing death row at school, child. You can't do this. So imagine this weird thing with me in church, and I'm headed to church with a hot patty when I find out that Biggie died. And the way Biggie died was always weird to me. And what the witness accounts have now said, and this documentary have substantiated, is Diddy told Biggie, we are going to the West Coast to promote your album. And Biggie begged him not to go. He said, I do not want to go. Everybody and their mother says it's unsafe. The Crips, y'all, you know what's bad? The Crips said, Diddy, we don't think this is a good idea. The Crips themselves said, please do not go. Do not come here. Okay? We could only do but so much. Yeah? Oh, for the person who asks if I'm Jamaican, nah, I'm Haitian and Cuban. But we're Caribbean, child. Caribbeans love patties. All types of patties. And so, even with the Crips saying it's a bad idea, and Biggie saying it's a bad idea, Diddy was like, no, we are going to promote your new album, and we're going to have a track called Going Back to Cali. We're going to use all of this bad press to elevate us, because I've already learned that death is good for sales. You know, when they talk about how some record labels have insurance policies on their artists so that when they die, they still make money. I often think that's attributed to Diddy. Personal opinion, not a fact. So they said the entire time that Biggie was in LA, he was so scared. And even Kirk Burroughs was like, yo, I was so frightened for Biggie. And we had spent months setting up a bunch of press for him in London, because he was going to be the first bad boy artist to do press in the UK. And he did what he needed to do in LA. And it was very weird energy. Everything felt very dark. And the morning that he was supposed to fly to London, I had set all the flights. Biggie calls me freaking out because Puff just called him and said he's canceled all the flights because he thinks that Biggie needs to come to this party so that people can see that bad boy ain't no punks. Everybody begs Diddy, please do not throw this party. Please do not have him at this party. Please do not have him at this party. And we all know what happened. Biggie went to the party. He was forced to go to the party. Everybody was freaked out. The documentary does an excellent job of showing unseen footage of moments right before Biggie is shot dead. And it became clear to everybody, including the Crip who was on camera and whose silence spoke volumes, that Diddy made Biggie stay an extra night and set him up the way he set Tupac up. Now, why would Diddy do this to Biggie? Because all he wanted was for Biggie to be isolated from Tupac so he could control him. Well, him and Biggie had just re-upped Biggie's contract, and Biggie was such a huge star at that point. He had gotten Bad Boy to agree to every single one of his terms, something that had never happened before and has not happened since. So you now have this contract where Biggie is going to actually get paid, something that's never happened at Bad Boy. Also, and this is the part that I actually find more bone-chilling than anything, Diddy had a new album to promote. Diddy was about to unveil his first solo album. And what did Diddy learn since that community college? Death is good for sales. So what do you think happened when Biggie gets shot right before Diddy's album is about to come out? That Rolling Stone cover that they had spent weeks coordinating, that was supposed to have Biggie on the cover. Biggie was going to be on the cover of Rolling Stone. Diddy told Kirk, tell Rolling Stone that nigga dead and I have an album coming out, so put me on the cover instead. The destiny swap was complete. The destiny swap of Tupac and Biggie to feed the stardom of P. Diddy was complete. And Biggie's funeral and his tribute with Faith Evans and Sting dressed all in white singing I'll Be Missing You became the rollout for P. Diddy's first solo album, complete with him on the cover of Rolling Stone. And we all know this part for those who watch the documentary. Diddy told everybody, I want this to be the biggest funeral that Brooklyn has ever seen, but I'm going to make Biggie's estate pay for it. So Biggie's family ended up being robbed. And that huge parade you saw that we all thought Puffy was doing as a gift, that money was taken out of Biggie's estate. Also, that new contract where Biggie would have got everything he wanted and he signed it, which means that in his death, his mother, his children, his family would all live in perpetuity well off for the rest of their lives. Yeah, Diddy told Kirk, take the middle pages where all his rights are uplifted and switch it out so that it looks like we're originating back to the old contract where he gets nothing. And Kirk, after decades of being complicit, said that was the final straw. And he told Diddy, I am not going to steal from a dead man's family. Within 90 days, he was fired from Bad Boy. Now, Kirk said, imagine how he felt when he turns on the TV. And now Diddy is on MTV saying that Biggie Smalls was his best friend and that he was so sad that he lost his best friend so shortly after his best friend's enemy had also had an untimely demise. No, honey, 2 best friends lost their lives to feed your stardom. You spelled betrayal wrong. Guys, I'm going to stop here and just play some reactions. I just need you to understand that the reason why this story is so important is because there are Judases who live amongst us. There are Judases who live amongst us. And as bone-chilling as this narrative is, it's not as rare as some of you would hope. All right.
This is the best documentary I've seen in a long time. Because you'll see people saying that. I mean, he may feel a different way about pieces and bits of it, but he knows the truth.
Let's look at the reactions.
At the end of the day, sometimes it's okay to blame a man mama. He tried
Absolutely.
to friend in the documentary, and he like, yeah, we ran the block together. I taught him how to ride a bike, but you know the real difference is I had a daddy. He ain't have a daddy. And it really showed. Definitely guess if she had an Instagram, she would have #boymom in her bio. You're saying you're a great client lets me know that you're not a great client, that you don't listen, that you talk over people. That's why you're in jail right now, probably. They like, yeah, Diddy mama had him in fur coats and hats, making him real dandy because he ain't have a daddy.
By the way, guys, I'm intentionally skipping the Cassie and the essay parts, number one, because a lot of survivors watch my show, and I feel like the subject matter is already triggering enough as is, and those sensational sexual parts have been kind of dragged through the media as salacious fodder for so many years now. I don't see any educational value in picking at those wounds, right? I think the character of Sean P. Diddy Combs, Brother Love, whatever he calls himself now, I think laying the foundation for his character gives you more than enough to do your own research about why that character substantiates what would later become the essay. Over 100 sexual assault cases were filed against Diddy, and 77 are currently still pending. So for those who are wondering, when are we going to get to the Cassie part? I want you to remember Cassie as a mother, as a survivor, as a victim who found victory, as a wife who is being loved by a man who knows how to fiercely protect her. She now has a man who protects her rather than a man she needs to be protected from. I want you to remember the beautiful parts of Cassie rather than constantly feasting on the scraps of her demise, right? So that's why I'm not going to do that part, because that's the part that everybody knows.
The documentary with footage, which we don't know how Netflix got this footage, but we open it up with footage of him talking to his lawyers about how he needs to fix his public image, because court of public opinion is how he's going to get out of this. They put in interview clips of Diddy talking about his dad and how he never got to meet him, and yeah, you got daddyless behavior.
I finished watching that Diddy documentary last night, which this was my first time watching any documentary on him. He legit rose to fame. The more people died. The charity basketball game, which was my first time hearing about that, and the 9 people that lost their lives, and he started to rise to fame after that, that was just crazy to process. And the more people died, he just continued to succeed.
A trend that I noticed in this Diddy docuseries is that a lot of the folks that decided to finally speak up are people who spoke up not because they saw someone else getting hurt, but because they themselves got hurt. All this time, everyone knew what was happening to Cassie, but no one said anything. His producer spoke up because he didn't get paid. Now, yes, I know he was a victim, but he did not speak up until he did not get his money. A lot of these people who were sticking beside Diddy let him do whatever he wanted for years. It wasn't until they themselves became a victim to whatever Diddy was doing that now all of a sudden they got something to say.
The first thing he told Puff to do was go to a store 10 blocks down to get a tape. He said Puff came back in 2 minutes.
By the way, guys, she's mentioning that Andre Harrell trained Diddy by giving him a crazy task that would later become the blueprint for what we now call the infamous cheesecake scene from Making the Band. Even the hazing was a copy and paste of another man's thoughts.
And he could not believe it. And it made me think about that Junior Cheesecake, where he got that idea from, because basically that's what Andre Harrell did to him.
Wait a damn minute.
So you're telling me that a girl who watched Making the Band growing up can be an unbiased juror for Diddy's RICO case?
No.
Please.
I am of that generation who basically grew up listening to the music that he was involved in. I wasn't like a personal fan of his.
Did you ever make eye contact with Sean?
No. If they catch you, you'll be removed.
And he would look towards us and be like, you heard that. It's funny because I remember that nod watching Making of the Band. He would do that often. I think that's just...
You see how she smiled like a geeked up fan? Like, are you serious, bitch? Are you really
his go-to. And sometimes look over to us like, can you believe they said that? But that's pretty much all it was. It wasn't like he was trying to sway us.
The very next day, the following day, if you see how they're getting back together and exchanging text messages and like nothing ever happened, he's beating her, next minute they're going.
This man is saying he doesn't believe that she was abused because she went back like nothing ever happened. And I want to make sure I make this big, so I'll make myself smaller. Can we all just look at the cycle of abuse? First, you build tension where the victim is on high alert. Then the incident happens where you abuse them. Then you apologize, buy them flowers and ointment while their black eye and their bruises heal. And then everything is calm again until the tension starts, rinse and repeat. So for this fucking juror, sorry, Blue, calm down, to act like she wasn't abused while she was actually reliving the most basic iterations of what the cycle of abuse looks like. You guys, this is why education is so important, because stupidity can be dangerous.
On dinners and trips, it's like going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. If you don't like something, you completely get out.
If you don't like somebody, you completely get out. Sir, if that was the case, your wife probably would have left you by now. Get the fuck out. Let me stop. Sorry. Breathe. Let me breathe. I hate people who do this to victims, guys.
You cannot have both ways. Have the luxury and then complain about it. I don't think so.
Capricorn Clark had a lot of information that was very emotional. She's remembering these events more than a decade ago, and with the emotion attached to it, maybe the details are skewed. That just leaves room for...
This woman, she gives me a headache. She gives me such a headache.
Or doubt.
I understand exactly why 50 Cent put this juror in the docuseries. She was a fan. She was fanned out and she was starstruck. Yep. Immediately you could tell she's holding back her smile. In fact, she wasn't even holding it back. She was trying not to, but she couldn't help it. Like, she was just too emotional. I just couldn't believe it. And Diddy was making these faces and I had the exact same faces to make. Like, we were on the same... Ma'am, he's manipulating you. That's what he's good at.
Now, what do we have here?
Ooh. It's a picture of the juror at a fan event with Diddy. There's a special place in hell for women like this.
It gave exactly what it was supposed to give in the documentary. 50 Cent knew exactly what he was doing. He wanted us to see there was people in that room that was going to be by his side no matter what.
Hey y'all, so I'm gonna pop in right quick because I've seen a lot of people, especially on Facebook, that have seen the documentary, the Diddy documentary, and now everyone is all, oh my God, he's such a monster. He did all these things. He was this and that. But I want to know, where were y'all when the trial was going on?
Yep.
Because I distinctly remember during the trial, there was a lot of people that was saying, why are we talking about domestic violence? This ain't a domestic violence trial. This have nothing to do with it. And, you know, them girls was kind of fast and they kind of wanted to be there. Why they didn't just leave and things like that. But now you see this documentary and you see all these things that he did. And now you got all this, oh, now you're on the side of he's a demon. But where were you when the victims were saying what he did to them?
Yeah.
It's real funny how y'all don't want to hear women when they say what was done to them. But now that 50 Cent does a documentary and they bring out all these receipts going back to the 90s, now all of a sudden everyone is clutching their fucking pearls.
In 50 Cent's Netflix Diddy documentary, there was allegations
Oh, by the way, guys, one of the things the documentary didn't touch on, remember how Diddy has a penchant for if you piss him off or he just envies you for being who he's not, he'll sleep with your girl. We all know Diddy started dating 50 Cent's ex-girlfriend. And it wasn't just any ex-girlfriend. It's an ex-girlfriend that 50 Cent was very much in love with. So this is not just about the shopping trip. Diddy dated 50's ex. What I think a lot of you might not know is he also allegedly had a baby with Tupac's ex. I didn't want to post the videos of 50 and his girlfriend and how deeply in love 50 was with this girl. But it was obvious that 50 really you could see all his teeth. You know when a cancer man really... Yep, Chance Combs. So both Tupac and 50 Cent are Eskimo brothers with Diddy. It's a homoerotic obsession where if I can't get you, I'm gonna get your bitch and feel like I'm tapping into you through her.
That a lot of people believe that Diddy was very jealous of Tupac, which could have led to Diddy allegedly taking Tupac out. And one thing that I always thought was a little odd is the fact that Diddy's baby mom, Sarah Chapman, who is the mother of his daughter Chance, was Tupac.
Those who are saying it's not alleged, I'm saying everything's alleged. Okay, today being Saturday is alleged. I'm not trying to get sued, but yes, I understand. Allegedly.
Tupac's girlfriend back in 1995. Nobody really knows a lot about Diddy and Sarah Chapman's relationship. All we know is the fact that they never publicly dated, but based off Kim Porter's interviews that she did with Essence, this is one of the reasons why Kim Porter actually broke up with Diddy back in 2007.
Yeah, I have friends and colleagues who've seen what you just wrote, Steph. I have people who I trust and know personally who have in very graphic detail tell me what they've seen. And there's one incident in particular that every time I think about it, I want to throw up.
Y'all know who really pissed me off in the Diddy documentary? Kalina. For you to be on this documentary where everybody is talking about all the wrong that this man has done, and recently you just put out a statement kind of in his favor against Don, is crazy. Don put out her statement in her lawsuit about what Diddy had done to her, and Kalina talk about, well, I didn't see none of that. Okay, that don't mean it didn't happen. But in the documentary, you even said yourself that Don and Diddy had something that was unspoken, so you knew something was weird about it. So what do you mean? Her being on here confused the hell out of me, and then you asked that man for $5K and he never gave it to you. $5K is a walk in the park for this man. But when he called you, you doing favors for him? We're confused. What really happened, Kalina? It's given that man threatened you, and if he did, you should have said it on the documentary, because that's what it's given.
After watching that Diddy documentary, now I'm like convinced that he may have had something to do with his unaliving.
It was hard to find anybody else who felt a way about Diddy's relationship with Nipsey, because it's not a documentary and it's not a fact and it's very, 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 very alleged. But I did think it was interesting to see how this young lady explained a niggling feeling that a lot of people have.
The parallels to like Nip and Big and Pac are like, it's insane to me because Diddy was absolutely jealous of Biggie and Tupac because he hated that they just had a natural gift.
By the way, the same charm that you talk about Diddy, everybody says the same about 50 Cent. Every single person I know who has hated 50 Cent after they meet them calls me freaking out because they're like, he's so fucking charming. I don't know what to do. Every ball busting, I can't be swayed. I'm not starstruck. I live in LA. I'm in the industry. It's not that fucking serious. Every person I know who has met Curtis Jackson says Curtis Jackson is very charming. 50 Cent is an asshole. It's scary how this duality can exist in so many men who take up space in this way. And I don't want us to underscore how much of a mind fuck it can be, even to the smartest person in the room.
Of being a rapper, right? Of putting words together, rhyming, sounding amazing, being able to allure a crowd. Like Nipsey had all of that. Like Nipsey was talented. Like look at him. He was a star. And I think anyone that was around him knew that. I want you guys to listen to this interview that Diddy did. This was back in 2022. This was after Nip was gunned down, okay? So just listen.
Let's talk about your work with the late great Nip. Long live Nip. It's like, yo, man, I want you to mentor me.
He talks about Nip the exact same way he talks about Biggie.
You know what I'm saying? Like Nip had no ego. So you know what I'm saying? Like Nip came to me and said, I want you to mentor me. You know, I want to get into real estate. I want you to teach me all your, you know what I mean, like your business.
You know what's so funny? Diddy is saying that Nip came to him for all that mentorship. But when I interviewed Michael Eric Dyson, who wrote a book about Jay-Z and has been like the premier person documenting the life and times of Jay-Z and his memoirs about him, and who's very close to that whole cohort, I was told that it was Jay-Z who was Nip's mentor. Michael Eric Dyson looked me in my face and told me that it was Jay-Z. So, Diddy, what is you saying? I'm confusion. That's not alleged. That was me. That was like straight to my face. It's and the people who said Jaguar Wright isn't lying. Jaguar Wright is nuts. She's actually attacking people I know, but even a broken clock is right twice a day. And she did point out that when Uptown started, it was Al B. Shore, who was the major talent. It was Kim Porter, who was his shiny girlfriend that everybody thought was a baddie. It was Andre Harrell, who was the king of the castle. And it was Heavy D, who was their biggest star. And all but Al B. Shore are not here anymore. Every single person who Diddy met at the beginning of his career at Uptown has passed away of heart attacks and pneumonia. And the thing that they all had in common is they were all working on books about their lives.
You know what I'm saying? I was like, whenever you got questions, pull up. And then on his last album, people do not know this. Somebody tried to jerk me, but I fixed it. I actually am one of the executive producers of Nipsey Hussle's last album.
People used to compare Nipsey Hussle to Tupac because they were both like these like West Coast rappers that were so influential and they were just wise beyond their years. Like you would hear them speak and it would sound so philosophical. They both cared about their community and they both wanted to make an impact in their community. They were business-minded men, but that had a big, pure heart.
What? I did a full play-by-play run-through of episode 1 of this Diddy documentary, okay? Sean Combs' The Reckoning. As soon as I got to episode 2, I had to put my computer down and close it. I couldn't take any more notes. I was flabbergasted. I was disgusted. As somebody born and raised in Brooklyn, this particular situation made me nauseous. What do you mean? What do you mean he paid for his own funeral? What do you mean Biggie played? I can't even speak English. And then don't get me started on these two, specifically this one down here. I was so interested to see what they were going to do with the jurors' point of view and what they were going to try to show the audience by interviewing the jurors. Because in the first episode, we see a glimpse of this woman, but we don't hear from her for real until episode 4. You are a fan. First of all, that's embarrassing. Oh yeah, the head nod thing. I mean, he always did that, even when I watched him on MTV back in the day. Ma'am, this is not about meeting your fave celebrity. This is about justice.
Diddy's mama asked Diddy if he was making the right decision with this entertainment industry thing that he was trying to do. And he slapped the shit out of her and told her ain't no going back.
By the way, when I did that earlier in my retelling, I think you guys thought I was joking when I did the hard hands. When he was doing the hard hands during a trial about so many heinous acts, how does it not turn your stomach?
Now, if that don't tell you everything you need to know about this man, he slapped the fuck out of his own mama.
I am so happy that I never got the Diddy propaganda on my side of TikTok when the case was actually going on. But I will say that, and if there is one thing that people can actually learn from this, is that when someone is always associated with or around drama, it's because they are the problem. They are the problem. Because how is it that anyone who is around Diddy is somehow involved in attacking, SA, or shooting or violence? Just there's something around at all times. And it's not only that, but it's also what an insecure, jealous man and manipulative person is willing to do to get what they want, because it is absolutely insane.
Do you hear this? What an insecure, jealous man is willing to do to get what they want. This is why the minute I am around a man who feels like he's competing with me, I'm out. I have no questions. You don't have to explain it. My car's outside.
Things that he did to get himself in the limelight, like on the Rolling Stone cover, on his own album, and then all that shucking and jiving he was doing on the stage, talking about "We miss you, Biggie," after he made Biggie pay for his own funeral. But the last thing I will say that literally everyone can learn from this documentary is to never, ever, ever offer to take 50 Cent shopping. Immediately no.
50 Cent is the prime example of when a cancer hates your ass.
People keep saying that 50 Cent dropping all this information has to do with his cancer placements, and no. The real petty mother behind all of this is his moon and Mercury conjunct, and what? It's a full moon in that baby tonight. Gemini.
Yeah.
Oh, Gemini.
I can't prove it, but I really believe that 50 Cent has 4 more episodes in the can. Who knows? I don't know. This is not a fact. This is just me thinking. I really think that he has more.
You said me and Olu should do a live. I think she's also from Caribbean. Oh, I love Olu. I think she's Caribbean and Nigerian. I love her energy.
More information.
And the biggest takeaway from the Diddy documentary is,
you guys, this is the biggest takeaway before we wrap up for the night. I could have done this twice as long. There's so many stories I could tell, but you know, this is heavy stuff and I want to make sure that I'm not overwhelming you guys.
stay the fuck away from jealous bitches. Jealousy is an evil sin. If someone is jealous enough of you, they will hurt you.
There is nothing wrong with wishing the people who harmed you karmic retribution.
Yes, I wanted to bring this home with a final word about karmic retribution. The reason why it is almost impossible to guilt me is if you treat me like shit, cause me harm, defame me, malign me, are reckless with me in moments where only mindfulness makes sense, and then come to me crying about turning the other fucking cheek, I'm not turning any more cheeks. I believe in cause and effect. And if the way that I treat you is a reasonable response to the way you got me fucked up, good luck making me feel bad about it. I will never feel bad about alignment. Yeah? A lot of you are easy to manipulate because all it takes is some, again, toxic positivity and some virtue signaling. Well, if you were a good person, you should be able to look past it. You should, me and the word should ain't got no fucking business. If you throw something at me and I accurately reflect that shit back to you, then who are you really mad at? Your reflection. That's not me, that's you. I need you guys to understand that while you're trying to outnoble niggas, and this is so funny, I said this before, my most toxic Scorpio friend who acted a lot like Diddy, and I stopped being her friend because she was trying to destiny swap with me. She would constantly use me for good energy, but would never try to put me on, but I would constantly try to put her on for stuff. And it started to feel like she was competing with me, even though I had no intention of being anything like her. I was like, how are you competing when we don't want the same things? I moved to LA. I'm thinking I'm going to be in this industry. I just got booked for a talk show. Everything's about to be amazing. I'm a Taurus. She's a Scorpio. We're opposing signs. So we're either going to love each other or hate each other. I thought we loved each other. I was wrong. And one day she comes to my new apartment, my little studio apartment when I just moved here. And I'm like, what are you getting into today? She's like, oh, I'm just going to like hang out and stuff. I was like, oh, well, you know, I'm really excited about the talk show. I told her all the celebrities were coming on the show. I was like, yo, you won't believe it. I met Lauren London last week. This is before Nipsey died. That's another story, guys. I met Lauren London the beginning of March. And the second time I saw her, I was at Nipsey's funeral. Two drastically different encounters. And so I was like, yeah, I just met Lauren London. She was so nice. And I really like LA. And she's like, I'm not really into all that industry shit. I was like, oh, my bad. You work in finance. My bad. I'm thinking that I'm boring her with my little LA dreams. My sister calls me the next morning. She's like, yo, what's up with old girl's Facebook posts? I said, what do you mean? She's like, she's all over Facebook something about how she's in LA trying to make it in the industry. I said, no, she's not. She always makes fun of me when I talk about industry shit. She was like, Blue, go look on her page. She's been stunting all fucking week. And I was like, I went to her page. There's no posts and she's been visiting me. Do you know this bitch had me blocked and was posting pictures from my apartment? Trying to take meetings to figure out how to get in the industry from my apartment while making me feel small about booking shit that she was hoping to book someday. So I called her. I said, hey, friend, so check it. This is about to be the last time you're going to ever hear my voice. And because I'm not unkind and feel like prolonged ambiguity is brutality, I remember this verbatim. I'm going to tell you why you're never going to fucking hear from me again, so you never have to wonder. She said, what? I said, look at your phone. I just sent you a screen grab. You posted this, yeah? And she got real quiet. I said, so you posted this because you didn't want me to think that you give a fuck about the industry while trying to get into the industry while making me feel small for already being in the industry. There's a level of nastiness implied in that I don't have to explain to you because you would feign confusion and I would get even more upset. So let's pretend neither one of us is dumb. I can't be friends with people who are this jealous of me. I wish you peace, but not on my time. I'm deleting your number. I'm blocking you. Don't ever fucking call me again. And that's the last time we spoke. What did I say? And she was a Scorpio. A lot of the, I'm not going to hold you. A lot of the Diddy documentary reminded me of her. So much of what I saw in the Diddy documentary, she's like a less homicidal version of Diddy. And no. You ain't got to ask your friends, why is not Blue not picking up? Bitch, I'm going to tell you a friend. Right? Now y'all saying Suge Knight raised me. It was Tupac and Oprah, not Suge. It was Tupac and Oprah. So no, I wanted to be emotional intelligent, but I wasn't about to do the whole fucking back and forth game where, oh my God, I wonder if our friendship's ending and shit is over. No. Right? So guys, if you learn nothing else, don't ever feel bad for having a reasonable reaction for the way somebody got you fucked up. It doesn't mean that you have a chip on your shoulder, constantly walking around thinking everybody is after you. That main character bullshit is just another way of being toxic and delusional. I'm not saying that. If you are a decent, reasonable, compassionate person who can see that someone does not know how to be happy for you, when they smile, it doesn't reach their eyes. And everything they do is meant to diminish you and make you feel small or question your footing. It's okay to stop pandering for their approval and just call a thing by its fucking name. Because what Diddy allegedly did cause physical death, it can still cause spiritual ones in the lesser versions. So many of you have lightweight Diddies in your lives. And that's why the storytelling that Alexandria did was so impeccable. I think this documentary might win some awards, very least get them nominated for some. If you're mad about 50 Cent being the EP, that's great. There's probably plenty of people who have financed documentaries and movies you like that you don't care for. Focus on the Black woman who directed it and told the hell of a story that centered actual victims and dragged Diddy and pulled him into the light. Focus on that. Right? Trying to show us how good you are because you don't stand with SA people because Diddy and 50 are both equally questionable. Fine, that's valid. Focus on the woman who actually told the story. The director tells the story, not the EP. What are you doing? Okay? Love y'all. I deeply feel that there's some of you who needed this tonight, and I hope it gets to you. Everybody else, thank you for watching. I hope you learned something. If you're new here, please consider liking and subscribing. We have a membership drive. I'm trying to get 1,000 members, not subscribers, members before Christmas. We're at about 865 the last time I checked. So we're very, very close. And I love you to pieces, guys. And the next time we speak, it will be lighter because it needs to be. That was so fucking heavy. All right. Have a good night, family. Please be gentle with yourselves, but still hold yourselves accountable. All right. Oh, and before I go, for those who make it to the very, very, very end, in the recap comments, the sentence that I want you to write is Cassie deserves happiness and we hope Kim has peace. Cassie deserves happiness and we hope Kim has peace. Because that's who we really need to be sending love to right now. All right. Till next time. Bye, family. Oop, let me end the live. Hold on. All right. One more thing. If you see any trolls in here, let me know so I can block them. Okay, bye.